Warning. The information shared in these conversations and videos are intended for general knowledge and entertainment purposes only. It should not be considered as legal advice or professional guidance. Additionally, any documentation or references to specific content are solely for the purpose of discussion and understanding. It does not imply endorsement, promotion, or support of said content. The views expressed in these videos and/or conversation are those of the individuals involved and do not represent any official stance or opinion. The content you are about to experience may contain strong language, including explicit words and phrases. This language is used for artistic expression and may be integral to the storyline or character development. It is important to note that the use of such language does not endorse or promote offensive behavior. Viewer discretion is advised, and please enjoy the show responsibly. Disclaimer. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. The Canadian Copyright Act, Section 29, allows an individual to use copyright-protected materials when creating a new work, such as a mashup, and to post the new work online on a site like YouTube. Fair dealing provision for specific purposes like research, private study, education, parody, satire, criticism, review, and news reporting.
Step up, step up! Yeah! We clash! We clash! We clash! We clash! Yeah! Step in the arena, mind locked and loaded. Truth on my blade, every line's exploded. You swing your words, I counter with precision. Battle of reason, this is my mission. Raise your fist, let them know. No. Raise your voice, let it blow. Woo! We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Step back, I'm a scholar and a fighter. Every claim you throw, I strike tighter. Logic and power, I never fold. In the war of words, I'm solid gold. Raise your fist, let them know. Whoa. Raise your voice, let it blow. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Every thought a fortress, every claim a storm. We forge a truth where chaos takes form. Ideas ignite like lightning through the night. In the war of minds, we bring the light. Step in, feel the heat. Truth is my weapon, never beat. Raise them high, break the ceiling. With a fire, with a feeling. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason.
Welcome, everybody, to another episode of Swords of Reason right here on the Speak Easy Show, Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays, and today, Thursday. This is where logic meets passion. If you're new here, the format's simple. Each debater gets 10 minutes for the opening statements, followed by 5-minute uninterrupted rebuttals. Then we open the floor for a full hour of back and forth debate before wrapping it up with a 5-minute closing statement from each side. After that, we'll spend 30 minutes answering questions from the chat. I'll drop a live Q&A in the chat for you to put your questions in for the debaters. But the super chats, PayPals, and Cash Apps will get priority. And if they fill up the 30 minutes, then your questions in the live Q&A may not get answered. So if there's a question you really want answered, make sure you send it in a super chat. And then once the formal debate is done, we open the doors to the community for a chaos and chill panel. This is optional for the debaters to stay for this. This is where anyone can hop in, challenge, or question the debaters if they choose to stay. And today's debate prompt is Christian nationalism un-American. And today's debaters for the affirmative, we have Connor, a.k.a. Counterpoints, who has 2 channels here on YouTube. You can find them both in the description of the video. One is Counterpoints 40K, where he's known for Warhammer breakdowns and sci-fi weapon reviews, and also Counterpoints Politics, where he's known for covering online politics and drama, trying to build a center coalition. And for the negative, we have Made by Jimbob, a professional noticer with a channel also here on YouTube, again, found in the description. Known for his philosophical breakdowns, sharp satire, debates, and hand-drawn comics. So, debaters, you know the rules, and we're going to start with counterpoints with the affirmative for your opening statement. So, whenever you're ready, we'll start the timer up with your voice. And again, thank you both for being here. You're muted on the stream.
Muted. Okay.
There you go.
We're good. Professional streamer. So anyways, the Christian nationalism is un-American. I understand that the vast majority of people who, and I'm probably not going to need the whole 10 minutes, by the way. So the vast majority of the people who emigrated to this country originally were Christian. However, the First Amendment itself effectively says that Congress shall pass no laws in reference to a man's religion. It effectively allows freedom of conscience and freedom of speech. Secularism has been happening over the past 200 years as a result of scientific advancement, and freedom of conscience and freedom of speech are still enshrined within our Constitution. Now, you can make the argument that Christianity has been a huge part of America. I agree. You can also argue that nationalism, meaning that identifying your people, is a huge part of American history. But what I would say is that Christian nationalism, the way that I see it, is advocating for Christendom, basically the body of Christ, the church, and unifying those people within Christian belief, and then advocating for them from a political perspective. And I think that if you look at that, it's contrary to the Constitution. It's contrary to our culture. It's contrary to the modern culture. And by the way, if you want Christendom to be enshrined as the quote unquote, like natural historical posterity of the United States of America, go ahead. But what you're going to need to do is you're going to need to repeal the First Amendment of the United States, and you're going to need to rewrite it. And you're going to need to say that the United States is an explicitly Christian nation, and that we actually do not need to separate church and state. And that Christendom, that like the United States is an advocate for Christendom, and that it wants to unify the peoples who are unified by Christianity in order to advocate in their political self-interest. However, I don't think that you're going to be able to achieve that legislatively. I barely think you're going to be able to achieve that culturally. And honestly, I think that Christianity is probably on the back foot for a variety of reasons, but I'll leave that for the open.
All right. Thank you for that opening statement. And with that, we're going to hand over the mic to Made by Jimbob for your opening statement. And whenever you're ready, I'll start the timer up with your voice.
All right, cool. Is Christian nationalism un-American or American? Well, Christian nationalism would be the belief that Christians should form a people with unified principle and interest who use the state to further promote their collective interests. American, we should probably define that relating to or characteristic of the United States and its inhabitants. Obviously, Connor conceded right away that we have a history in the United States, gives a very different account of what most progressives say the past was. The founders did not build this nation on a neutral or purely Enlightenment foundation. They repeatedly drew from the Bible, especially the political blueprint found in Deuteronomy in particular. In fact, it's the single most cited source in the founders' political writings. I would argue that not only the language is reflective of a Christian paradigm, but the United States system of governance is reflective of a church system. Judges in ceremonial robes, legal high places of judgment, national hymns, civic dogmas, public oaths, and shared moral framework treated as sacred. These are religious forms infused with Christian moral assumptions, the most important of which is that humans are endowed with a peculiar status in contrast to the beast. The American project also assumes moral duties and obligations, also exclusive to a Christian paradigm, which was present in the forming of this nation. The United States, even today, expresses a lingering Christian tradition, the absence of which would leave no reason to hold one model of justice over another. Our justice system still relies today on Christian moral logic, even if people deny it. It should also be known that at the time the Constitution was ratified, many states already had an official Christian denominations. Office holders were required to swear explicitly Christian oaths, including affirming Jesus Christ and the Trinity. The founders knew this. This is why John Adams stated plainly, our Constitution was made only for a moral and religious people. It is wholly inadequate to the government of any other. in his letter to the officers of the 1st Brigade of the 3rd Division of the Militia of Massachusetts in 1798. Christianity was assumed to be the ethical backbone of the citizenry whose virtue would sustain the Constitution. These people couldn't have imagined a future America where kids were castrating themselves and men were chest feeding babies. Now, the question is whether or not Christian nationalism is American. I've already established that America was birthed from the loins of Christianity, but what does it mean today to be an American? In a political sense, an American is actively transposing their ethical values into law. Is it legal? Yes. Does it violate the Constitution? No, it doesn't. Is it American? Absolutely. Now, what could my opponent possibly object to with that? Now, he said something along the lines of the First Amendment. He said it doesn't allow you to pass a law, a Christian law. That's actually not true at all. It says Congress shall make no law respecting an established of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. That means that the government itself doesn't itself establish a religion. It doesn't say that you can't use your religion and take part in governance, right? So let's read it again. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. Well, the exercise of my religion is to vote my ethics into law. That is exercising my religion, in fact. What does that mean? It means that I want a Christian culture to be the norm. I am a cultural nationalist. Is that American? It sure is. Does my opponent prioritize his own set of values and cultural norms? I assume so. Does he have an arbitrary stopping point to make sure that those values and norms never reach the national level? Is it American for one state to become fully Christian in this law? Well, how about 2 states? What about 3 states? Is it still American? How many states are needed, right, to become Christian for it to become un-American? It sounds like the only position that Connor has today to state that Christianity at the national level is un-American is merely the First Amendment. But the First Amendment actually is in favor of my view. The First Amendment merely states that the state itself doesn't establish a religion. It never says, historically this is true, it never states or practices that Christians can't hold positions of government. Now, if a Christian holds a position of government elected by his constituents based on his values, he's going to informing his law and legislation is going to be informed by his Christian ethics. Is that American? Absolutely. Absolutely, it's American. So I'm not sure what Connor's going to say is actually nationalism. Does he believe in secular nationalism? Is that okay? What kind of beliefs are people allowed to have and be elected in the political process and help inform policy? If someone votes against abortion and they're not Christian, is that okay? Because they're going to be informing from their own ethical view. So what makes Christianity a peculiar position that Christian nationalism is un-American, but any other form of nationalism is completely American? We won't have an answer to this. In fact, if he only has the argument of the First Amendment, that's going to be easily destroyed. I hope he has more arguments tonight. With that, I'll forfeit the rest of my time.
All right. Thank you for that opening. And with that, we're going to get into the 5-minute uninterrupted rebuttals. So we're going to hand the mic back to Counterpoints. Whenever you're ready for your 5-minute uninterrupted rebuttal, I'll start the timer up with your voice. And again, thank you both for being here. And chat, if you want to find the debaters, they're both in the description. Make sure you go sub, and they're both streaming right now. Go sub, go send them money, all of that. All right. Go ahead. Whenever you're ready, I'll start the timer up with your voice.
I will be taking notes, so I'll try to address your points in chronology as briefly as I possibly can, but also concisely. The United States and its inhabitants were originally Christian. I think that's just factual historically. Christendom should be united and advocate for their interest, even up to and including politics. That might be a summary of your position, but I do appreciate you, in my opinion, having a pretty honest definition of Christian nationalism. Humans are endowed in peculiar status compared to other beasts, exclusive to and that some of these beliefs are exclusive to Christianity. I actually wouldn't mind going into like theology or naturalism or the real world or any of that kind of stuff. We don't have to keep it exclusively on politics if you don't want to. I don't deny that the world is reliant on Christian moral logic. I actually think that, one of the unique things about Christianity is turning the other cheek. And I think that it's an interesting moral philosophy that the world would be a better place if most people followed Christian reality or Christian moral prescriptions. My problem is that at the heart of Christianity, I'm a deist. Some of the founding fathers were deists. That's part of the reason why they enshrined the First Amendment. I think that Christian moral logic is great. I think the Christian moral prescriptions are great. I think that the institutions based off of Western philosophy are great. However, I think there's a problem with the divinity of Christ specifically, that at the core of Christianity is the belief that the creator of the universe instantiated himself as a human being in order to communicate with his creation. And I think that a lot of people have problems believing that in a literal sense. As an example for why people have problems believing that, 30% of the country is like irreligious or secular. So roughly 1 in 3 people have no religious affiliation. Also, even though probably 65% of the country identifies as Christian, I think that you'll probably concede that most of them are Creaster Christians. They go on Christmas, they go on Easter, they don't practice the religion, they don't read the Bible, they don't take their faith seriously, they don't actually think about heaven and hell or eternal judgment or revelations or anything like that. It's almost like a cultural aesthetic more than it is like a internal spiritual belief. Now, one of the things that I think that you mentioned was the fact that it was the assumed ethical backbone, and that there were states probably prior to, the Civil War that had Christianity as their explicit religions, and they specifically took oaths and required oaths in order to believe in the Trinity before you could take an oath of office. What I would say is that that's probably no longer possible with the supremacy clause post Civil War, where as a result, like if you're going to make shall make no laws about an establishment of religion or shall make any legislation thereof, I can get into the exact wording, but a Hindu, a Sikh, a Muslim, they're not going to be prohibited from public office. And as a result, you're going to have to make some kind of religious accommodations for them to be able to make oaths within our society, particularly if they're living within our society. Voting your ethics into law, I don't want to disabuse you of that, but I think that your capacity to vote these things in probably ends with the religious beliefs of other people. I'm not Jewish myself, but I've heard it argued that Jewish people believe different things about abortion. I've heard it argued that Muslims believe different things about abortion. And so as a result, as a community of people of multiple faiths, including Christians who have as many denominations as there are sands on the beach, we probably have to come up to some kind of like national consensus about what we think is moral in reference to abortion or gun control or any other hot American issue. So I don't have a problem with you identifying your cultural tribe and advocating in its interest, but I have a different cultural tribe. My cultural tribe is more loose. I'm a civic nationalist. I'm a paperwork nationalist. I think that if you work your job, pay your bills, take care of your family, take care of your community, and then I might have already said this, pay your taxes, pay your bills, and you leave other people alone, that's enough for you to be American. Now, of course, I want you to be a patriot. I want you to care about America. I want you to care about its destiny. I want you to care about your community. I want all those other things. But as far as what I can legalistically prescribe to my fellow Americans, that's all I can legalistically prescribe. Everything else is just cultural pressure. So the same cultural pressure that you want to use in order to advocate for Christianity, I would probably want to use in order to advocate for moral deism and some level of acceptance of the current liberal order. So I'll leave the last 30 seconds for his rebuttal.
All right. Thank you for that. And we're going to hand the mic over to Jimbob for your 5-minute uninterrupted rebuttal. And whenever you're ready, I'll start the timer up with your voice.
All right. Well, I'd first say that the truth or the coherency of the Trinity is irrelevant to the topic of whether or not the view itself and the practice of the view is American or not. It sounded like you said you hold a general deist view. I would ask you after the 5-minute rebuttal whether or not you think a deist nationalist view is un-American, in which case if a theist view or a Christian view of nationalism is un-American, then so is a deist view. I would ask, when was any of us actually American? It almost sounds like you're saying the history of America, you can't really point in a historical time when people of America were truly American, if you're going to hold that they were either always deist moving into maybe a Trinitarian view or a Protestant view. Still lingering is the Christian paradigm, even today, even among secularists, still appealing to sort of Christian metaphysics and whatnot. So it sounds like you're saying that it was never the case that Americans were truly American because they were deist or they were Christian, and certainly they would want their view to be multiplied from the local level to the city, to the city, to the state, to the state, to the nation, right? That would be the goal. Now, why would someone hold an ethical view and participate in American politics if they're going to stop at an arbitrary point called the nation level? I mean, what do they want? Half the states to follow their ethical system, a third of the states? Where's your line? It sounds completely arbitrary. You said something about a culture. You're a civic nationalist. You appeal to culture. Well, what informs culture? Culture informs politics. Politics informs culture. They kind of go hand in hand, but what informs either of those? Your meta-ethical views. So you say, well, I just want you to do your thing, right? I just want you to live your life. I want you to, support the country, support, a general feeling of community between people. Well, the general community, the general consensus among people is that we still follow a reflection of a Christian church in our justice system. We still reflect Christian meta-ethics, Christian principles, which you agree are probably better for the nation than our nation would be without them. That's probably why you hold to a general deist view. So I'm not sure what you're actually claiming is un-American. Un-American would be a privation of the positive. I'm not even sure what you're saying is American. I'm actually completely lost. To say something is a negation, certainly you'd have a positive ontology of what it means to be American. If it's not Christian, I'm not sure where in time you're going to say, here, that's when we became American. We didn't start American, but now we're American, but we're moving into some un-American territory. To me, this is all meaningless and ambiguous. I want to know from your view, if you're going to claim anything is un-American, I want to know what's American then. What is American to you if Christian nationalism, which would be, I'll just read it again for the audience. Christian nationalism would simply be the belief that Christians should form a people with unified principles and interests who uses the state to further promote their collective interests. You do that already. So do I. So does every other in-group, right, where they share preferences and share ideals. What they do is they vote someone into office, and the person in office becomes the state. That is using the state to promote their collective interests through policy. What is it to be a politically active as an American if it's not actively transposing your ethics into law? What is it to be an American? Is it to be just someone who just watches as other people use their ethical principles and views to promote and write law? Right? Is it only American? Can you only be a Christian in America if you just watch other people's ethical views take precedent over yours? That's completely silly. If you're going to argue for a culture and you're going to argue, well, I wish the whole nation was this culture, then the culture is going to be informed by law, and the law is going to be informed by your theology. It seems to be that I'm just consistent with my view that ultimately it entails some national level of my ethics being deployed. And you seem to be inconsistent where you're like, well, I'm kind of a deist. I like the ideas, but I don't really want to use the gun and I don't want to pass law based on my ethics. I just kind of want to watch the vacuum of power be taken by whoever's going to grab it. I call it's not me, and I certainly hope it's not the Christian. Well, I'm saying the opposite. Affirm your position. Have some conviction counterpoints. What do you want the nation to be? If Christian nationalism is your opposition, what is your alternative? It can't be a negative position. That's a non-position.
All right. Thank you for that. And what we're going to do now is move into the open hour portion where the debaters can cross-examine each other. Just a quick reminder for the chat. Both debaters are in the description. Go sub up, go show some love in their lives right now. Also, if you guys have a question, we have a 30-minute Q&A portion after closing, and super chats, PayPals, and Cash Apps will take priority. And if they fill up the whole 30 minutes, we won't get to the live Q&A in the chat. So if you want a question that you really want answered, make sure you send it through super chat. Other than that, we'll whoever wants to open up the open floor, I'll start the timer with your voice. And again, thank you both for being here tonight.
Yeah, I would love to. And Jimbob, you actually gave me like another half dozen things to address, and I want to give you something meaty to respond to. So if I won't take 5 minutes, if you'll let me just like blaze through it real quick, and then I'll be happy to just go back and forth. And if you want to interrupt, that's totally fine too. But you said there's no inconsistency. I just want to be a pacifist. That's not true. I love the gun. I love cultural pressure. I love authority. I know that power abhors a vacuum. I would actually argue that I'm probably a Burkean conservative. So you probably just haven't met somebody like me before. I do disagree that the Trinity is irrelevant to whether or not it's American, because something that's American, it has to be American in the past. It has to be American in the present. It has to be American in the future. And so if Christian nationalism falls out of favor, but we're still American, then clearly that can't be the identifying thing of Americanism. I'm not a deist nationalist. I don't think I could be a deist nationalist. There's only 6 of us. So I don't think there's enough of us for us to identify as a collective group and then advocate in our own interest. And if we did, it would be ineffectual. And then what I would say is responding to, you're saying, oh, well, where's this moment in American history where we became American? Well, I would argue that Native Americans were American before America. The whole America came from Amerigo de Vespucci, who was like an Italian cartographer who worked as a part of the colonial project. They're still a part of this land. They're still a part of this history. And
Can we
as a matter
stop
of fact,
there?
even if they're pagan, sure.
Okay. If I somehow converted, if they allowed me to be a Native American, and I reverted not to the current state of Native America being kind of zooed off on a reservation, but a true Native American in action, which would be terrestrial, perhaps active in taking over neighboring tribes. If I started doing that, but I was a Native American, would I be American? Would that be un-American or American?
I mean, well, hold on. So let's differentiate. You actually did have a definition that I liked, that was like American or Americanism. Do you have that definition again?
What it is to be American?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, in the most basic sense, American is relating to or characteristic of the United States and or its inhabitants, which now you're including native before the sort of colonial approach, the Enlightenment approach to America. You just said you think Native Americans are American, right? Okay. So to be a Native American in the current state, if you say it's un-American for me to be a Christian to deploy my ethics at the national level, but it would be American if I turned into an Indian chief and started completely annihilating a neighboring tribe, I'd be a true American, right?
Well, hold on. So let's differentiate between the Americas that we're talking about, because when we're talking about America or American, I think that what I'm saying, and I'm really not trying to obfuscate, I'm actually trying to use accurate words as much as I can. So American, obviously, when I'm saying that a Native American is an American, I mean that they're a participant on the continent of America. When I'm saying that Christian nationalism, in my opinion, is not American or it's un-American, I would say that it's violating some of the principles that we hold within the United States of America and its like
principle,
heritage and posterity.
Well, the thing is, Native Americans reverting back to a more sort of carnal, war tribe kind of scenario, they would be also violating the same principles. Now, what's the principle?
I would say the second definition of America, they would be violating it. Yeah.
Okay. So which definition of America are you debating tonight?
Let's do the latter.
Which is what?
The principles, cultures, and ideals of the United States of America.
Okay, so when I vote for someone who holds my Christian paradigm and they win a seat in office, and then their friends gain a seat in office, and we start to manipulate legislation to fit our ethical paradigm, where is that violating the thing you just defined?
No, that's an excellent question. So I would say where it starts to violate it is obviously the Constitution of the United States. So I'm sure, as you're aware, we have the Bill of Rights, we have limits to it, or the federal government has limits to its power. And not just that, we are expected to afford these rights, not just to citizens, we're expected to afford these rights to people in general. So if you pass legislation that violates the Constitution or violates previous legislation without first repealing it and then placing it back, then I would view that as un-American.
Okay, is it American to change the Constitution?
No.
It is American or un-American?
No, it's perfectly American to
Okay.
amend the Constitution.
Okay, so if I am a Christian and I use the political system to amend the Constitution in such a way where the thing you cite as a violation is no longer definitionally a violation, that's American, right?
Yeah, I would say so. But I would
That's the
also
debate.
say, okay, well, don't declare victory so early, King.
I'm just
So
saying.
what I would say is that there are plenty of flavors of Christian nationalists. You are not the only Christian nationalist. And that there are Christian nationalists who believe that the Constitution itself is a pro-degenerate, pro-libertine, pro-liberal document. And as a result, Christianity effectively needs to degrade and eliminate the entire American project. Effectively, the past 275 years were a mistake. And what needs to happen instead is that they need to abolish this and reinstitute Christian monarchy. And I would view that as un-American, contrary to the American project. And that's also a flavor of Christian nationalism.
Well, as you just said, if I use the current system and all of the voting practices and all the proper techniques to then amend something that renders the actual political process and its ontology to something else, you said that's completely consistent with Americanism, right? So all you're saying is, well, if it's this thing, it's no longer what it used to be. But the problem is what I asked you to concede to, which you did, is, isn't it American for us to use the current model to change the current model? That's part of the American project.
You're not going to be able to. And I think if you're being honest, you know that you're not going to be
The question isn't whether or not I'm able to. The question is
Yes,
logically. Hold on. The question is whether or not, if it were the case, would it be American? The answer is yes, it would be American.
Yeah. So, okay. So let's play with this idea. As we already discussed, the definition of America is basically the past, I don't know, 275, arguably 400 years of history in which the American project was formed. And it's the history of its peoples, plural, but also unified as a people within the United States of America. And it's also its values. Now, the values is enshrined within the United States of America. I think you could probably agree with historically was a liberal and libertarian project in the classical sense baked into our culture. And so while I will admit that it is logically possible that maybe enough Christian nationalists would be able to repeal and replace the entirety of the Constitution, if a third of the population is already secular, if probably half of the remaining Christian identifying population are Creaster Christians who do not take their faith seriously, then obviously this isn't within the realm of possibility. So why the fuck would you appeal to that?
Counterpoints. Do you understand the difference between whether or not you think something could happen versus if it did happen, would it be consistent with the question, which is, would it still be American if it did happen?
Yeah, but also at this point, I'm saying that your worldview is effectively delusional.
Wait, it's delusional to think that Christians could actually manipulate the current form of the United States and the Constitution. It's irrational to believe that the Constitution as it is now could change. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying it's delusional to believe that you could get a one-to-one Christian nationalist wipe of the Constitution of the United States.
The question isn't whether or not you think it's possible. The question is if
yes, it is.
Were,
Dude, number one, listen, man, I'm fucking 40 years old. You don't have to tell me what
I'm 44. I'm older than you.
Okay, you don't have to tell me what we can and can't talk about.
I'm making a distinction.
I'm a free American. I'm a free American.
You sound like a boomer.
Whatever the fuck I want. So don't say,
I'm not arguing what you can and can't talk about, dude.
We're not talking about this because you know what I want to do at that point? I want to talk about that. So don't tell me what we can and can't talk about.
Is there a difference between what's logically possible and whether or not that's consistent with the topic of the debate and what you think could happen? Are those two different things?
Sure. But there are plenty of things that are logically possible that are irrelevant. And that's what I'm trying to get you to understand.
So at what point do you deem something irrelevant? When you think it can't happen? Is that it?
Yeah.
Cool. I think it can happen. Who wins?
Me, because I have statistics in order to back up my perspective.
Okay, cool.
So, no, hold on. How are you going to deal with the fact? So let's say, and by the way, you haven't necessarily staked out a full position on this, on whether or not you think that the past 275 years, as a matter of fact, let me ask you a direct question. Was the establishment of the United States of America as a liberal or libertarian project, was that a mistake?
A libertarian project?
Yeah.
Like, are you talking about like old classical liberalism? Libertarian today would be a little bit different, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, like individual rights,
If
hostility to monarchy, the
if
Bill of
you're
Rights, all that kind of stuff. Is that a
a little,
mistake in your
I would
mind?
say I would say it was incomplete. I would say that resting on some sort of evidentialist, classical foundationalist approach that's nebulous, that says, well, there's a general creator God. I think that is missing the target a little bit. And I also believe that crafting the society based on rights as the highest virtue. Now, I could argue that early on, the concept of rights, you wouldn't separate them from duties at that time. The early Americans, the founding fathers, they would never conceive of a society that would lean so heavily toward entitlements and lean so far away from obligations. Those used to go hand in hand theologically. We could probably agree with that. Now, I would just say the mistake would be leaning into my rights above all, liberty above all, because from a Christian perspective, I think it's actually duty that creates beauty, aesthetic, responsibility, good fathering, good parenting, good family, and great societies, right? I think that's what makes a great military as well. And so from that perspective, yes. But the question tonight, Connor, is it American? So let me ask you a really basic question. Is it American for a Nazi to be voted into office?
Yeah, if it's following the legal processes of representative democracy.
Okay, so it's American for a Nazi to be voted into office. Is it American for 50 Nazis to be voted into office?
This is going to be interesting. Once the Nazis, because I'm following you through the hypothetical, okay? Nazis are, I hope we can both agree, philosophically fascist. And I'm not saying that to be cute. I'm not saying that to morally impugn anybody. I'm saying they're political corporatist and flexible authoritarians, meaning that they treat the nation state as a unified body, and they believe with flexible authoritarianism, they believe that you achieve power however possible and you maintain power however possible. So the reason why I would differentiate between one Nazi and 50 Nazis is because once 50 Nazis are in power and they have the collective ability to start usurping the Republic of the United States through violating law, I would say that once they start violating due process, republicanism, liberalism, rights, that's when it becomes un-American.
Okay, can I ask you, if the founding fathers, in a movement away from, let's say a movement away from British monarchy, if the people moving away from the control of England were to establish a new nation, a new identity by any means possible, is that fascist?
Sorry, one more time, just because the chat popped up and I read it like an idiot. Go. Sorry,
When,
one more time.
When a group of men, let's say in history, move away from the British monarchy to create their own society, if they did that by any means possible, are they fascist?
No.
Why not?
Because fascist is a codified ideology. It's political corporatism and flexible authoritarianism. So if those men themselves, so for instance, like George Washington is not a fascist. As a matter of fact, George Washington is explicitly not a fascist because he had the opportunity to seize power and maintain power. And he realized that there were things more important than power. And so he conceded power.
Okay, so let's swap the Nazis with Christians here, because I wanted to see which kind of worldviews you'll allow into office and at what threshold you'll determine it's un-American. If a bunch of Christians,
I'm not trying to skip ahead. I will answer any question you ask. Okay. However, I will say it will be the same threshold. So I have no problems with Christians in being office. I have no problems with them voting their conscience.
What's the threshold? What's the threshold?
The threshold is basically when you start violating the Constitution, the representative process, the legal process. All that
okay, stop there. Stop there. You said just a couple of minutes ago that Christians, it would be American for Christians to change the Constitution, the thing that you're using as a standard of violating to determine it's un-American, but it's also American to change the Constitution, which is a violation of the Constitution. That's a contradiction.
No, it's not, because there's
Yes,
a
it
way
is.
to. No, no, it's not.
I'll give you the P and not P.
Shit is.
Do you know what a contradiction is? Shit.
Yeah,
Do you know what a contradiction is?
Yeah, it's where one statement contradicts another statement where they have opposite meanings that don't vibe. Amending the Constitution is not the same as overthrowing the Constitution or violating the Constitution. We can agree with that, right?
No, because here's why I don't agree with that.
Constitution
is the same answer.
as
You asked me a
violating the
question.
Constitution?
Would you like? You asked me a question.
Well,
so.
yeah, but it's kind of annoying when you make a statement and then you say that's correct, right? No, just let the statement stand.
I don't care what you find annoying. So here's what's
Obviously.
so, okay? Here's what your view just stated, right? You said, I don't have a problem with Christians or any other worldview taking office so long as they don't violate the Constitution. However, it's completely American for those people to take office and change the Constitution such that it's no longer a violation, right?
Yeah, amending the Constitution is not the same as violating the Constitution. There's no contradiction here.
That means that your standard for un-American could just change as long as we just change the Constitution, dude.
Yeah. Do you know how the amendment process works?
The process is irrelevant to the point. It can happen.
No, it's not. It's actually perfectly relevant to the point.
Can you amend the Constitution?
Yes.
Can you amend a Constitution in such a way where the thing you were previously calling a violation of the Constitution is no longer a violation of the Constitution?
Of course, alcohol being a perfect example.
Then your standard for saying Christian nationalism, the threshold at which it becomes un-American, it becomes suddenly American so long as they change the thing that you're calling a violation. That's it, dude. Do you want to change the topic of the debate? Because it's over.
No, it's not. And you continually asserting that doesn't do anything for anybody who has an IQ above 80. It's actually kind of cringe. So anyways, amending the Constitution is different than violating the Constitution. And by the way, this is part of the reason why I brought up viability, because what's so fucking cringe about this is you're saying in a hypothetical world, okay, it is actually logically possible that China, because let's just blame the Democrats. Democrats have lax immigration policies. 330 million Chinese, as a matter of fact, let's make it 660 million. 660 million Chinese people could fly over to the United States and they could be granted citizenships through some like passe thing. And then as a result, they could vote in a brand new constitution. They could amend the Constitution. They could make the Constitution communist. They could say that we believe in the decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production. But you and I would both logically agree that turning the United States communist would be a violation of the original spirit of the Constitution of the United States, which included things like classic liberalism and individual rights and all that kind of shit. So there's no contradiction here. Anybody who has an above 80 IQ knows what the fuck is going on, and you declaring yourself correct is cringe. Stop doing it.
Okay, so again, there is a contradiction, and it's simple.
There's no contradiction here.
I just let you talk.
I just let you violation.
Hey, Spurgy, I just let you talk. Okay, just calm down.
Yeah, but you're just repeating something that's incorrect.
No, I'm gonna tell you. It's not for you. It's for the audience. Obviously, you don't get it, but the audience can get it. So, if the Constitution right now, as it is the reason why you're saying Christians at some threshold, if they violate the current Constitution, you're saying then it's un-American. But you also say it's fully American to change the Constitution in a way where there's no more violation that you're pointing to. So you now have to create a new violation because there's a new Constitution.
Do you think that? Okay.
Okay.
All right. I'll let you go. So I'll explain it. Okay. The American project is predicated on republicanism, which is representative democracy. Our founding fathers looked throughout the entirety of history and they said, wow, we got monarchy, we got imperialism, we got dictatorship, we got direct democracy, we got a whole host of different governmental systems. We need to create something that we think will stand the test of time. And what they liked about republicanism, specifically Roman republicanism, is that they had representative democracy and the rule of law, where effectively you could establish a series of laws through a legislature of the elites that then created technocratic policies. But God forbid that those policies became no longer morally permissible or popular or whatever, then there was a high threshold amendment process in which a large swath of the population could vote in enough representatives that they could amend the Constitution. Therefore, amending the Constitution is perfectly American. However, thank you. However, if you went in And let's just say that you had an entire host of authoritarians. Let's say that we brought in 600 million fascists, and they, through electoral processes, abolished the Constitution of the United States, and they created a fascist state. Then I think that you, being a person of sound mind, judge, and character, can agree that the fascist nation, while it was achieved through democratic processes, was not in the same spirit as the American project. Yes? Logically, obviously so.
Nothing you said addressed the contradiction I presented. Now let me talk.
Actually perfectly addressed.
No,
it.
no, you totally.
Move on to something else. We can.
No. Look, I'll make it simpler for you. Okay. Let's say you're a child.
I'm a very intelligent person.
I
understand what you're saying perfectly.
Okay, cool. So let's say there's a. Let's say, is it American for women to vote?
I mean, now it is.
Is it American to not have women vote?
It was in the past. That's not contradictory.
So it's American to have women vote, and it's American to have women to take their vote, right?
I don't think we ever took away their vote. I think we just never granted it to them in the first place.
If we took their vote, would that be American?
No.
It wouldn't be. Why wouldn't that be American?
Because the whole argument for...
You said you were smart.
I don't know why you think it's funny. I'm about to explain.
I think you're funny.
Okay, thank you. So, the reason why slavery was abolished, the reason
I said voting. Women voting. Stay focused. Stay focused.
Jimbob, I am
Connor,
perfectly coherent.
Focus.
Incapable of following the narrative.
Address women voting.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Who was granted the right to vote first? Black women or excuse me, black men or women?
I'm not actually sure, but not all men had the right to vote either.
That was the point I was going to make. So why don't you shut up?
Yeah, but not all men, dude. Not all white men had the vote either. So it's a moot point because the question isn't who got it first. The question, stop. The question is simple. Is it American to give the women the vote? You said yes. Is it American to then remove it? And you said no, but you can't tell me why.
I was about to, but you interrupted me.
You gave me a story about slavery. Talk voting, dude. Focus.
Were slaves capable of voting?
Probably not. What's the point?
Allow me to explain it to you.
Explain why it's un-American for us right now to repeal the 19th Amendment. Go.
I will.
Don't give me history. Don't give me history. Just tell me why it's un-American. Speak directly, dude.
I do speak directly.
Then answer directly like a grown man. You said you're 40. You said you're 40. You can't answer a direct question.
Just shut up. It's very easy.
Obfuscate.
This isn't an obfuscation. Stop.
Go ahead and don't answer the question.
I'm waiting for you to shut the fuck up so I can answer your question. Okay, perfect. So, when we first started this country, only white men of good character who owned property could vote. Once we abolished slavery, the franchise was extended to black men before it was extended to women. In the early 20th century, we extended it to women. The reason why we did that was because within our founding documents, we basically established that all men are endowed by their creator with certain inalienable rights, the ability to blah, 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 right? Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right?
I'm hearing the blah, blah, blah part clearly.
Okay, I'll pull it up and read it if you want me to, Jim.
Arrive at the point.
Fuck you.
You can't answer, dude.
No, I'm answering it. Anybody with an
no one cares about your history lesson.
Knows the answer.
What was my question? What was my question?
Everybody already knows the answer.
What was my question?
At it, and then you interrupted again because you're a twat.
What was my question?
Your question was, why is it un-American to remove women's right to vote?
Today, tell me why.
Because we hold these truths to be self-evident that, we basically could lay out the preamble to the Declaration of Independence. And as a result, we would say, are women part of mankind? Are they endowed by their creator with certain inalienable rights? And if they are, then shouldn't they be entitled to the same rights as men?
No.
And that's how suffragettes successfully argued for their right to vote.
Really? So by the way, certain inalienable rights doesn't tell you which rights those are.
I mean, I think
you're just including that's called a word concept fallacy. You're just saying, look, they use the word rights. That means anything deemed a right, they have the right, right? That's not true.
I mean, I think we can literally just read the preamble and then they start talking about the
We're
inalienable
created
right.
equal from a Christian paradigm. We're created equal in value under God, right? So the term like women's rights, it doesn't follow that anything a man has an obligation to do or has the right to do because of their obligation that a woman also does. For instance, like women aren't drafted, right?
Sure.
Okay. So is that un-American?
Is women not being drafted un-American?
Uh-huh.
No.
That's a contradiction.
No, you just saying the word contradiction doesn't
You're
do anything.
inconsistent, bro. You just said
no. I'm not. Do
Okay.
you agree that men and women are different?
Yeah, that's why we have different obligations from a Christian paradigm. From your paradigm, you don't have that distinction.
No, I do think that men and I'm not some fucking soy lib, bro. So chill with the talking points. So, anyways, when it comes to women, do you know how many men participate in actual military service?
No.
Okay, it's around 3% of the population. Do you know how many women participate in childbearing?
And
it's 85%. So what I would say is, since we're different in obligations, we're different. We're not only different in like rights, we're also different in duties and obligations.
That's great. So that's actually a really interesting point. When it comes to voting, would you say when a bunch of men vote, by voting, they're agreeing to not collectivize and overthrow the current standardized and monopolized force?
Yeah.
Okay. So you agree that when men get together, they vote and they go, listen, by me voting, I'm agreeing, I'm forfeiting my ability to collectivize and overthrow, even if we lose, probably, to just start a revolution, right?
Yeah, you're abdicating your right to violence.
Can you tell me what women are forfeiting when they vote?
They're abdicating. Wait. So you're saying that men are abdicating their right to violence, and you're saying what? Women don't have the capacity for violence?
I'm asking you if men forfeit their violence, collective violence, in the act of voting. It's an exchange. Here's my vote, and I won't do stuff. What are women forfeiting?
I'm forfeiting my right to violence. As a man, you're forfeiting your right to violence, but women
is it gossip? Are they just going to promise not to gossip or
no?
Nag?
No, listen, I'm trying to steel man your position. It's just kind of a weird question. I would say that I think some women, especially after firearms, are capable of violence. I'll agree they're not capable of the same level of violence as men are. But then I would also say that they're probably abdicating maybe like some level of bodily autonomy, where their rights to like procreation, the way that they see fit, is probably forfeited to the state because the state can dictate how they procreate.
Well, I think women's leverage, this is parallel to the topic, but I'll entertain it because I find it interesting, is that I think men leverage with violence. Women leverage their birth,
their reproductive capacity,
right? Sex, right? So they're the gatekeepers of sex. But it's true still that men, if they wanted to, could take that also.
Sure, but this actually goes back to a 2,500-year-old conversation. I think it's between Socrates and another person, where they basically said democracy and the abdication of violence to the state is effectively the weak pooling their political resource in order to subdue the strong and tyrannical.
Do you believe that?
Yeah.
Well, I think that people, like for pragmatic reasons, don't want to be the ruler, and they like a structured, ordered society, even if they complain about some of it. They like that it's managed and ordered, and they also like the assumption, whether it's true or not, that there is at least a standardized system of force and governance that they don't have to like figure out and constantly debate, and they just get to live their life. So, I think that looking at that, given that the topic of the debate is this system that we have included in what's dictated or it's called American, and we both agree, yes, American culture, American sports, there's all these things that's called American, and in politics, we both agree the political structure and its history is what we call American. And so the question comes back to, at what point does an ideology, in this case Christianity, become un-American, and I'll just highlight again that you said it becomes un-American when it violates this amendment or this notion that's written. But as I said, well, it's not un-American to change that notion, is it? It's totally American to change that. So that what that means is it necessitates a new thing to violate for you to say it's un-American. So if the rule there that I cross and go, I transgress against the rule, and you say at that breaking that rule, then you're un-American. And I say, what if I just use the American system to change that rule so it doesn't exist? Connor, you're going to have to say, well, now I guess there's a new rule then, because that's no longer the rule that determines you're un-American, right? So I'm asking, what's the new rule? What's the new rule?
Can I use an example? Because I don't know what degree of Christian literalism you're on. I don't know if you think that the Old Testament is purely literal. I don't know if you know believe that the New Testament is purely literal. I don't know what you believe about like rabbinical temple law or whatever. But there's obviously like different levels of adherence with Christianity, right? And so, as an example, there is let's go with prohibition of tattoos as an example. Paul prohibits the prohibition of tattoos, okay, amongst Christians. And so, as a result, let's say that Christian nationalists get into the levels of government and they prohibit tattoos. Well, then under our current system, people would sue and say, well, this is freedom of expression, freedom of conscience. I don't follow your religious dictates, et cetera, et cetera. I think that since, just using this as an example, you believe that Christianity is God's law. God's law is supreme to man's law. And therefore, we should amend the Constitution to allow this exception where God's law is supreme. Am I wrong?
Well, the question is still unanswered, right? You steel manning the position a little bit. I'm just saying, from your model,
I'm use an example.
Hold on. When you throw in the red flag as the referee into the game and say, violation, and I go, what's the violation? You go, traveling, and I go, what's traveling? You say, this amendment says this, you can't violate this. And I go, that's interesting. The American project includes changing the rules of the game. And you say, yes, indeed, it does, Coach Jimbob. And I go, cool. Well, let's say I use the rules and I change the rules. I use the rules to change the rules. The thing you're throwing a flag in the game, traveling, it no longer is a rule. So now you need a new rule to say it's not American, right? So what's the new rule?
You don't have enough players to change the rule.
That, dude, unbelievable. It's just unbelievable.
No, it's actually completely
pertinent to the conversation. It's like talking to a broken AI. That's what it's like. No,
it's not. It's actually directly responding to
I don't have enough people to change the rules.
It's responding to exactly to what you're saying. Okay. I already answered it with the fascist example. I already answered it with the communist example. I've already illustrated it with this tattoo example. Okay. How these rules would be in conflict. And necessarily you would probably have to concede, okay, yeah, that is traveling. That is a violation of the rules of set. But you're saying in a hypothetical universe.
No, it's not hypothetical.
The rules of the game. Well, not only have you not changed the rules of the game in our current moment, I'm telling you, you do not have the capacity to change the rules of the game.
Did we change the gun?
You're acting like, oh, well, we say we can change the rules. That does nothing to address
what's an amendment?
What's an amendment? It's a change to the Constitution of the United States.
You fucking
All
idiot.
you're doing is you're illustrating the point that I've already articulated.
So you can't change the rules, but an amendment is the changing of the rules?
I just said that.
Yeah, you can't hypothetically. Oh, Jimbob, you're being so hypothetical now, talking about changing the rules. The Constitution and its amendments are the changing of the rules.
And what I'm saying is that you have a rule set that contradicts the current rule set. You do not.
It's called the change.
Probabilistically will not have the political capacity to change the rules. It's actually a very simple argument.
The question of whether you think something has the capacity to happen is irrelevant to the hypothetical to test your consistency. Do you understand this? I thought you were 40 and smart.
Yeah, sure. I'll explain it again because apparently your audience is fucking retarded. So I'll explain it again. Let's say that 3/4 of the population. No, this is perfectly analogous and it's perfectly relevant.
Gosh.
You can keep being condescending, but it's perfectly relevant to what we're talking
condescending? That's hilarious.
Yes. 3/4 of the population decides that fascism is based. Okay. Good. They vote in fascism, political corporatism, flexible authoritarianism. they change the rules of the game.
Mhm.
Do you think it's somehow a contradiction to point out that the new rules of the game that has been passed through the amendment process, it's been passed through the rules of the game, but the new rules of the game are clearly spiritually violative of the original rules of the game?
Spiritually wow, dude, spiritually violative.
Yeah.
Can you tell me how
Do
you
you think
measure that, sir?
libertarianism and fascism are? Do you think like
I asked you a clarifying question. You
Sure, go
used the
ahead.
term spiritually violative. Please
Yep.
tell me your standard and measuring tool for that.
What I would say is that you can kind of get a vibe of
A
system.
vibe?
Yeah, don't worry. I got more words.
Did
for
you just say a
Jimbob.
vibe?
Yeah,
All
based
right.
off of a series of criteria that inform that thing. So, for instance, libertarianism
Do you have a
and liberalism
vibometer?
is clearly Jimbob. Stop being incredulous. This is
Do you
actually
have a
very easy to
vibometer?
understand. This is actually very easy to understand. Do you? As
I'm
a matter of
not
fact,
getting a
I'll
vibe
go. I'll
from
go
you.
ahead and ask you another question since you're incredulous. Do you think that
I don't have a-
liberalism and fascism are compatible?
I'm not sure. I'm not picking up a vibe yet. I gotta wait.
Okay. Besides being a smartass, do you think liberalism, an ideology predicated on individual rights, is compatible with an ideology that emphasizes authoritarianism and political corporatism, arguably collectivism?
Well, there might be a paradox, much like the paradox of tolerance in there, but that's not all paradoxes are contradictions, and it's irrelevant to the point of the debate, which is
You just saying irrelevant repeatedly has nothing to do with this fucking
it's irrelevant.
conversation.
It's a red herring, bro.
I
How
think
is it
you're just throwing
relevant?
out debate terms without
Tell
even
me,
knowing
okay, I'll
what the
let
fuck they
you.
mean.
You tell me how it's relevant.
How it's relevant is I've already articulated this to you. I'm actually having like difficulty understanding how you're not understanding. If you use the game, let's go with the games analogy. I think that
Yeah,
was
let's do
perfect.
that.
Okay. Let's say we're playing soccer. Okay. We use our feet
Gay.
in order to, I know it's gay, but anyways, liberalism is kind of gay too.
We
We're
agree
playing
there.
soccer. Okay. And then we stop playing soccer and we say, hey, you know what? We decided as a soccer club that we can vote on changing the rules whenever we want to. And so as a result, we no longer have 2 goals. We no longer have a ball on the ground. We no longer have a 100-yard field. We actually just have like metal crowbars and we just beat the fuck out of each other in the center of the field. Do you think it's strange to say that beating the fuck out of each other in the middle of the field with crowbars is different substantively from playing the game of soccer?
I would say, yeah, at that point, the referent that you knew soccer to be is no longer the same thing. And even if I agree that the reference change, the question isn't whether or not something can change and be called the new thing. The question is whether or not the current processes allow you to change soccer. And it sounds like you agree that through the American project, it's completely American to change the Constitution. Yes.
Yeah, we've
right?
looped on this like 5 times.
Okay. So let me just do it maybe and try to in premise form. If it's true that it's completely American to change the Constitution and it's un-American to violate something that's in the Constitution, then all you have to do is change the thing that you're calling a violation and it's no longer un-American. Easy syllogism.
Okay.
You want to contend with either any of those premises?
I've contended with it 5 times. I think you're being obtuse on purpose.
Okay, so premise 1 again. It's American.
I don't need it again. I heard it and I
Okay.
understand it. And I've
It's
said it back to you 7
Okay.
different ways.
Okay. It's American to follow the processes to amend the Constitution. It's un-American from your view to violate the current Constitution. It's American to change the thing that you call a violation. It's no longer un-American because there's no longer a violation. It's simple.
Okay. At which point I move to whether or not your political project is possible. Maybe it's possible, but it's not probable. And then you go, oh, well, that's totally changing the dynamics of the conversation. And I think that's very
Wait,
dumb.
are you saying that it's impossible to change the Constitution?
Do you think if I was a fascist,
I asked
and
you a
said,
question.
What if? No. I'm going to go on an analog. I already told you that I'd already.
I
given
just
it to
asked you,
7
do you
different
think
times.
it's possible
I'll
to
answer with
change
an
the
analog.
Constitution?
No,
Yes or no?
If I'm a
You're
fascist,
a fucking weasel, dude.
no, I'm not. I've actually.
You are a
answered you
fucking
directly
bearded weasel. You don't even
dozens of
deserve
times.
that
No, you're a
beard.
pussy. You're a pussy.
You're the one. You're the one who can't answer a question.
You're ignoring everything I've said.
Is
So
it
I'm gonna go
possible
ahead
to
and
change the
repeat back to
Constitution?
you.
Is
I'm gonna
it
repeat back to
possible
you
to change the
exactly-
Constitution?
Obviously.
Okay, if it's possible to change the Constitution, why is it an unlikely hypothetical, sir?
Because you do not have Christian nationalism is not politically relevant enough for you to change the rules of the game.
I said logically possible. Why is it logically impossible?
It's logically possible that you
Great,
could
that's the debate,
evangelize-
dude. Again,
potentially evangelize to the
did you not know who you were debating tonight?
increasingly secularizing population of the United States in order to get a political majority in order to become a Christian theocratic nation. It's technically physically possible.
Cool.
It's on the likelihood of less than 1%.
Cool. So anyway, is it un-American to vote for anti-abortion policy?
No.
Okay. Is it American to vote for compelled welfare if you're Christian? Like a Christian coming to the table and saying, we want welfare.
No.
It's not.
You live in a republic. You're allowed to vote your conscience.
Okay. But it is un-American to use the American project, which is completely legal, to change the Constitution.
No one said that.
Yes, you did.
No, I haven't, Jimbob.
Yes, you did. I'll tell you why. Watch.
I don't want to listen to why.
No.
I want to repeat back to you the way
I'm going
that
to
you're
tell you
saying it
why.
to
No,
me
you don't
because it's
weasel.
fucking stupid.
You don't weasel out of this. You said that. Here's how you said that.
You
I
just say
said
debate terms, bro. You're not even that good at this.
Look, your tattoo is so gay. You should wear long sleeves. Listen. So
My tattoo
if
is
it's
fucking awesome,
if it's the case, Connor,
Oh.
that changing the Constitution, you said is American, but I said
We've done this
changing-
7 times.
Dude, listen to me. Changing the Constitution is totally American. You said yes. Changing the Constitution, which would include taking the women's right to vote, that's changing the Constitution. You said in premise 1, in P, it's American to do that.
How it's
and then you said it's un-American.
With
That
the
is
founding
P,
documents of the United States of America, but you've ignored it because you're a pain in my ass.
Not P. That is a P, not P.
Okay. I'm going to do what you just did, and I want you to respond to me the way that you want me to respond to you. Okay. Is the amendment process in the United States of America American?
Yeah.
So let's say a bunch of fascists voted
What's a
in
fascist?
an amendment to a fascist is a political corporatist and flexible authoritarian. I could explain it to you in greater detail.
I'm not sure what that. You got to get more rigorous with that. I'm not sure what you
Okay.
mean by that.
Okay. Political corporatism. The nation is the body of people. The state is the government.
Okay. So is there a ruling party under this view?
That's irrelevant to my definition. I would like to continue to tell you my definition.
Oh, is it proprietary or you're just
No,
making
it's
one
from
up?
Giovanni Gentile. It's from the guy who created fascism.
Oh, okay. So what does he define it as again?
Political corporatism,
Mm-hmm.
flexible authoritarianism.
Flexible meaning it could be light or heavy.
Can I explain it?
Sure.
Okay. So political corporatism. The nation state, nation is the people, state is the government, is not a being that it's not a thing that should be at war with itself. Core is the word for body. Okay. And so it should be like a body where the state is the brain, and then the member organs of the nation should be analogized to their functions. So law enforcement should be white blood cells. The economy should be a heart. The hospices and the hospitals should be a liver. And so you analogize it as political corporatism, where you analogize the nation state to being a body, and you try to advocate for the holistic health of the body. Have I lost you?
Well, it's poetic. I like poetry too, but you said the body, the nation is the people, and the state is something else.
No, it's one entity, but typically the state is thought of as the brain.
Okay, but isn't the state also people?
Yeah.
Okay, so the question is, who gets to be in the state? American, to be American is to say you have an ethical view and you could bring your ethical view into the state position, right?
That this is not anywhere near our narrative through line. Can you ask me the question again?
If a fascist who thinks he's truly a fascist, he can get elected, right?
Yeah.
Okay. A Nazi can get elected. That's totally American. Fascist elected, Nazi elected, Christian elected, right?
Adolf Hitler was appointed chancellor through democratic means.
Okay. So you could go through the American project and actually produce through some form of maybe leaning a little bit further through some changes toward a direct democracy. Isn't that American?
I would argue no.
Okay. At what point is the people voting through their representative republic altering the system to be a little bit more narrowly direct democracy? At what threshold is it un-American?
Well, okay. So actually trying to answer your question without being a smartass.
Yeah, right.
I think the founding fathers had a vision for what they thought would stand the test of time. And
Man, I wish you would answer a fucking question.
I would like the opportunity to finish a fucking sentence, Jimbob. Thank you.
You're such a
They
prick.
actually abhorred direct democracy. They did
Who
not
cares
like
what?
the masses.
Who cares? I asked you.
This is the entire conversation, you fucking idiot. The entire conversation is what's American and what's not American. So if you come up with an idea that is violative of what the founding fathers thought was going to stand the test of time, then it would clearly be un-American, you dipshit.
So the founding fathers were what?
American. And the founders of our nation and the founders of our country and the people who projected politics out 1,000 years.
Were they Christian?
Condescending dipstick.
Were they Christian?
Some of them were. Some of them were deists.
Oh, so still a belief, right? So do you believe is deist nationalism un-American?
The
debate again. The debate over again.
Are you? Jim, that's not even.
Okay, it's not possible for a deistic national. Yeah.
You know what deism is?
Yeah.
Okay, what's deism?
It's like a general view of God. It's still a belief in God. So I asked you, is it un-American to have a
Do you know what nationalism is?
You define it. It's your debate. Go ahead.
Okay, I would say that nationalism is typically like it's actually, it fits into your definition perfectly, by the way.
It was your definition.
It's identifying a tribe of people and then advocating in their political interest.
Yeah, no shit. So when they established the United...
So why is deist nationalism very retarded?
Listen, counterpoints, listen. Do you believe that a group of men who held Christian and deistic and Protestant views formulated the conception of this Enlightenment project called America?
Yeah.
Okay. Was that the belief that deists and Christians form a people with a unified principle and interest who uses the state to further promote their collective interest? Did they do that?
Yeah.
That's the debate.
No, it's
the
not.
Founding fathers were Christian nationalism by your definition. You know whose definition this is? Ask Speakeasy. Yours.
No, Jimbob, here's the problem, though, because
you're
kind of like you're going all over the place and you're kind of hurting yourself.
I'm not all over the place. I'm centered in your chest, and you're bleeding out.
Are deists don't believe in Christ as the Messiah.
I swapped Christianity with deism because you said, can you have deistic nationalism? And you said, that doesn't make sense. I just told you not enough.
Okay, but nationalism includes a level of exclusivity definitionally. So
were the Founding Fathers exclusive?
Deistic nationalism would exclude Christians. It would exclude Muslims. It would exclude Hindus and Sikhs and Jews. So that definition and those usages of words don't work. So
no, as Adam said, it was exclusive.
I'm going to show how silly your argumentation is. Okay,
what argument?
So your argumentation was that because deists and Christians of varied sects came together in order to form the United States of America, it was therefore Christian nationalism. My question to you is, are deists Christian?
No, I didn't say
obviously.
I didn't say therefore it's Christian nationalism. I said therefore you actually at least have to hold to deistic nationalism.
Once again, you're misusing the words.
No, I'm not, dude. If a nation is established,
Nationalism means exclusion.
okay, cool. Let's do it. Let's do it so you can follow. I wish I had crayons. Do you believe theistic nationalism is un-American?
Yeah.
So when in America, where's the referent for America without theism?
I mean, I would say at the founding, theistic nationalism was relatively speaking prohibited at the federal level.
No. Hold on a second. I need you to answer this question. What is American? What is American if it's not theistic?
I would say in governance, it's secular.
No. At the founding, we're talking about the founding of the nation.
I would still say
what
the
is
founding was
American?
relatively no, because the whole point of the Enlightenment
Unbelievable.
rationality behind not legislating specific like religion at the federal level was
did.
because they already knew that they were going to have a plurality of faiths.
No,
Now, those plurality of faiths might have been
Yes, it was a
Christian
compromise.
sects.
It was a compromise. Yeah, it was a compromise. So
Okay, but
we
they already
agree.
knew that there were heretical deists.
Wait,
among
hold on. Was the founding, right? When you go from the colonies to the states, the compromise, you agree, the compromise wasn't about secularists. It was about deists and different denominations of Christians, right?
Yes.
So, okay, listen to this. The founding of the United States and all of its language and all of its concerns and all of its compromises was well within and exclusive to a theistic belief system and not for a non-theistic belief system.
No.
Yes, it was.
Then how do you include deists in the very sentences that you just used?
I said theistic. Are deists also theists?
No.
So they believe a belief in God is not a belief in God.
No, deist. Okay, the actual difference is that theism believes in a specific God. Deism believes in like a general, incomprehensible, Spinoza's natural God.
Okay, so you think if a nation is formed on a Spinoza's God, that's also un-American?
If it was sane to the exclusion of all others, yeah. Like, so for instance, hold on, let me try to describe deistic nationalism real quick because it doesn't make sense. So nationalism implies a level of exclusivity. So what if we were a deist nationalist country, okay, then what that would mean is we wouldn't accept Christians. We would believe that Christians were heretical, delusional freaks who presumed way too much about understanding the nature of God. We wouldn't accept Muslims or Sikhs or Hindus or Jews because they all have specific theistic things, because nationalism in and of itself means a nation. It means a people. So if you say word plus people, then that word should be describing all of the people within your tribe.
Okay, cool. So my question to you then would be, at the founding of the United States, with all of the documentation and all of the speeches and everything included in the processes, can you tell me when and how you know true Americanism existed independent of deism or theism?
Yeah, I mean, I would say it was the founding of the nation. I would say it was probably formed in like Tun Tavern in 1775. It was probably birthed during the Revolution. I would say that's when Americanism as a culture probably first started.
So you're saying the ultimate start of America was secular and no deism or theism included?
Weirdly enough, yeah, I would actually reinforce the fact that Americanism, the desire to be independent from England, probably didn't have much to do with religion. I mean, the people that we were shooting were also Christian.
Okay, so now you have a chronology where the only true American moment in time ontologically of true America was a secular blip that was then taken over by a deistic, theistic Christian blip that lasted forever until now, which is kind of degrading now. So it sounds like when you say X is un-American, the only real referent you have is a secular blip under your chronology that preceded all of the deists and theists that then influenced through common law and the rest, our justice system, right?
I don't think that's true at all. So in 1776, arguably the rationalism,
you're like a Mormon, but for America.
Arguably, the rationalism of the Enlightenment is what led to like the tolerance that allowed atheism to even exist. And like
Mhm.
Nietzsche describing the death of God was like late 19th, early 20th century. And the
Mhm.
degradation of like Christianity as a cultural force, it's probably been
Okay.
150 years.
Okay. All right. So let's say we remove all of the language culturally and legally that holds that we're endowed with any dignity or rights. Is that American?
I don't think so.
Well, is it? No, I don't know. I don't know what you think, but like obviously, un-American would you mean when you say un-American? Un-American is independent of what you think. Does that exist?
I would argue that Americanism began with the Declaration of Independence, the Articles of Confederation, and the Constitution of the United States, but it includes the past 250 years of people fighting for the philosophy that underlied those documents. And I
Okay.
think that those documents don't necessarily need Christianity to survive.
Okay, so when we have justice and law that's reflective of a Christian church system, essentially, and let's say that's done away with and it's purely secular and it takes on a view of just strict materialism, everyone rejects even your view, that a general deistic view that maybe you have some metaphysical priority over animals. You believe that? That you and I have
Um,
some priority
I
over
think we're
animals?
an extension of the animal kingdom, but I do think that we're obviously preeminent over it.
Okay. Is there anything ontologically the case from your view that makes us superior or higher moral value than animals, or is it just you think it?
I think it's that it's primarily it like IQ and EQ, it's social intelligence and actual intelligence, and you can actually grade moral worth probably on IQ, EQ, and consciousness.
Okay, so if someone's mentally retarded and they need to be taken care of pretty much like a vegetable, they have less moral worth than you and I.
They probably have more moral worth than somebody outside the species, but yeah, they probably have less moral worth than a fully abled person.
And that's consistent with your view of being an American in regards to the law.
No,
So you're
no.
inconsistent.
Who said I wait? Why is it inconsistent for me to have a specific belief
Because
about the moral worth of
because
individuals?
you said that men, you're
I was about to
taking
say,
a
as a matter of fact, no, this is
you
stupid as
asked me
shit.
a question,
Americanism has
fuckhead.
nothing to
Let me
do with whether
answer.
or not I consider different
You
people of
got
different
cooked a
moral
second.
worth.
Hold on. Let me at least flip the burger that you are. So you just said that the moral worth is on a scale of intelligence and cognitive abilities, essentially. And so a retarded person who is kind of comatose has less moral worth than you or I because of functionality. But the problem with that view is you just went against your entire philosophy that you're trying to defend, that it's American to, let's say in the case of give women the rights because women, even though lower capacity cognitively, they don't think logically, they think a little more emotionally. You think that they have equal moral worth and value such that they are given the endowed rights of the creator, endowed rights, the right to vote. And now here you say, just 40 minutes later, that people of lesser intelligence actually don't have the same moral value or the same
No, no, no,
rights.
no. Hold on. You have to differentiate between like governing system and my personal perspective. So society, in my opinion, is better off if we treat men like they're endowed by their creator and they're created equal and all that kind of stuff. I don't think men are created equal. I don't even think you think men are created equal. I think that there's plenty of
It's an
ways in which men
interpretation.
are definitely not equal.
How do you
However,
think that
society
means?
is better if we treat people as if they were equal.
Well, what do you think that means? What do you think that interpretation of that we're equal? What do you think that
Probably
means?
equal in the eyes of God.
Yeah, I would grant that. I would never grant that we're equal in stature or shoulder width and the rest of it. I think we can agree there. The problem is
Sure, but can I want to press you just a little bit because we're running out of time. Um, do you care more? Like, I don't know if you have dogs, but let's just assume that you had a dog.
okay.
Um, do you value the life of a dog more than a mollusk? And a mollusk is a sea animal that can't see, can barely think. It basically just acts based off of like natural stimuli. Do
Not
you
based on
value
their
a dog life more than a mollusk life?
not based on their pure ontology. I would say the dog, if I had a function in my house, the reason I'm valuing that particular dog is because it's through my human lens. It's because of me. It's human centric, not dog centric. So my dog wouldn't even be equal to a dog outside, let alone a mollusk. So, I don't differentiate between the mollusk and the dog ontologically. They're all beasts to me, and they're all under our stewardship. Now, are we to respect? There are a scale of like sort of moral respect for certain animals, and maybe there's a threshold where you're like, whatever, it's a mollusk or whatever. Sure, but ultimately, no. The distinction from a Christian view that you might know is that Christians believe that humans, particularly, are made in the image of God, which would be a metaphysical distinction, not a material distinction purely. So dogs aren't, neither are mollusks, even if there's a gradient. There's a big jump metaphysically in Christianity between any smart animal, a crow, a pig, or anything else, to a human being. I think you would agree too, right?
I mean, I agree that Christianity describes nature that way. I don't know if I agree with it, but it's fine.
All righty. So that is going to wrap up the open floor portion, and we're going to get into the closing statement here. So since Counterpoints had the first word, Counterpoints is going to go first for closing, and that'll give Jimbob the last word. Just want to remind everyone in the chat, this is your last chance here. Get your questions in if you want to make sure your question get answered. We got a lot of super chats there already, so send it through a super chat because that's probably the best way to make sure it gets answered. So again, also, if you want to find both debaters in the description, make sure you go sub up to both of them, show them support for coming out and give you guys a great show tonight. So with that, we're going to give the mic to Counterpoints. Whenever you're ready for your 5-minute closing statement, I'll start up the timer with your voice.
Yeah, I'll try to loop one more time. So, but I'll try to be as descriptive and accurate as I possibly can be while still remaining relatively concise. So let's say that the founding fathers, let's pick a better sport. Let's say football, okay? American football. And let's say the founding father says, I think American football is the best game ever. But we know that our version of playing the game might not be perfect for all of eternity. Therefore, we're going to set up a rule where if 60% of the players and the referees get together and they decide that they want to modify a rule, they can modify a rule. And actually, this analogizes to American football perfectly because we've had rules changes for American football over the past 200 years. I mean, it's actually probably a 150-year-old game. So that is a process through which is still part of the game of football is you can make amendments to the rule while still trying to keep the essence of the game if you don't like the word spirit. However, let's say that there's one guy who's kind of a dickhead and he's like, you know what? Fuck football. I love beating motherfuckers with crowbars. It's my favorite thing in the entire world. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to convince 60% of the people in order to beat each other with crowbars instead of playing football. Well, if he successfully convinces 60% of the players and the referees in order to vote, in order to stop playing any iteration of football whatsoever, and to start beating the shit out of each other with crowbars instead, we could say, well, technically he acted within the rules of the game because he did get 60% of the representatives of this endeavor in order to vote for this new game. But we can clearly identify that beating the fuck out of each other with crowbars is substantively different than American football. And that is the exact conversation that we probably had for 45 minutes and looped around 6 or 7 times. These things are not illusory. They're not ephemeral. Well, actually, some of them are probably kind of ephemeral, but they're not vague. We can go back to the Federalist Papers. We can go back to the Founding Fathers. We can go back to George Washington. All these motherfuckers wrote this shit down. So you can read what they thought was good for them, what they thought was good for the immediate political moment, what they thought would last the test of time, and you can see what they had hoped for the American people. And realistically, emancipating slaves, emancipating women, giving people the right to vote. Some of them might have been uncomfortable with that shit because it probably gave some people too much freedom. But realistically, it's rooted in the founding philosophy of the preamble of the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution of the United States. And so that's where, for me, Christian nationalism, Mr. Jimbob asked me where the line is. I don't care if you vote your conscience. I don't care if you act as a religious group. I don't care if you believe that God's law is supreme above man's law. That's a relatively normal belief within Christian circles. What I do care about is that once you start saying, hey, we're going to beat the fuck out of each other with crowbars, and I'm going to convince 60% of the population to beat the fuck out of each other with crowbars, but I'm still going to call it football, I'm going to say you're full of shit. End of yap.
All right. Thank you for that closing statement. And with that, we're going to hand the mic over to Jimbob. And Jimbob, whenever you're ready, I'll start the timer up with your voice.
Sure. Thank you. I appreciate the exchange. Thanks, Counterpoints, for coming out. Yeah, the question is whether or not Christian nationalism is American. I wanted to really pinpoint how does my opponent know what's American and when is something truly American and not American. It looks like he appealed to some sort of blip in time of secularism where Americanism was in its true form and then moved away when it became deistic and theistic. I'm not sure how he justifies that movement or when and where that happens, some sort of continuum. Really, this debate reduced to a really important moment here. So there's no point in me using the time to sort of, be verbose here. Really, it comes down to this one P and not P. I asked if it's American to change the Constitution. My opponent said yes. We know that the Constitution can be changed. It's embedded in our very nation and its founding principles. We can do that. We have done it. P, it's American to change the Constitution. But when I asked my opponent, is it un-American to remove the woman's right to vote? He said, no, it's un-American. I said, that's weird because that's P. It's American to change the Constitution. That's weird. So it's American to change the Constitution, but it's un-American to change the Constitution. That's a direct contradiction. Now he says, well, no, it's not. It's that the thing that you're changes is the thing that I really don't want you to change. I didn't ask what you think about it. I didn't ask whether you think it's possible to change it. There are other nations that gave the woman right to vote and then they took it. So it's clearly, hypothetically, logically, practically possible. The question isn't whether or not it's possible. The question is about the view itself. If it's logically possible and practically possible, even if it's unlikely, it's irrelevant. P, it's American to change the Constitution. If I'm a Christian nationalist and I change the Constitution, that's American. Not P, it's un-American to change the Constitution. That is the view of my opponent. That's really the only contradiction in this entire debate that I needed to present clearly and have my own opponent say it with his own words, which he did multiple times. There were some other contradiction in there. It doesn't matter. The only necessary contradiction to be elucidated to the audience is P, it's American to change the Constitution. Not P, it's un-American to change the Constitution. And when I ask you, wait a second, how do you reconcile this contradiction? He says, well, no, let's go back to the beginning of slavery. Well, slavery could also be reinstituted based on the American project of the Constitution. It's totally possible, logically, to vote and to do things in a certain way, to then change all the amendments to, let's call it restorative constitutionalism. You know, how they do restorative theology, restorative constitutionalism. There's nothing inconsistent with Americanism, being an American and using the apparatus we have now to change the Constitution. Now, I've seen this debate with a variety of other people here, and it's always this point that really gets them to basically, the term, delete themselves in the debate. You just ask them, why is it un-American? They say because it violates the Constitution. You say, can I change the Constitution? They say, yeah, that's very American. That's it. That's as easy as it is. So it's a much more interesting debate, maybe in a future debate. Why is, if we agree that power can be held and occupied by certain ideologies, and really the American project is a war of ideologies, which is a war of theologies. If we all just stop all the bullshit and just admit that we're in a competition for the helm of power. I'm consistent. There's a competition for the helm of power. The American project actually allows for the competition so that people can win the helm of power. It's consistent for Christians to vote locally at the city level, at the state level, at the national level, the federal level, completely vote to implement their Christian ethical systems, and it's completely consistent with the Constitution. So stop pretending it's not. A lot of people on the left pretend it's not. They cite the First Amendment has nothing to do with limiting Christians from taking power and influencing law at all. It has to do with establishing a new religion, the state, that the state owns, that the state grows himself. That's not what we're doing. We have a religion, Orthodox Christianity. You should be voting consistent with your ethical paradigm. And if that means taking over the government, awesome.
All righty. Thank you for that closing. Shout out to both debaters for wrapping up their arguments, keeping this strong all the way through. It's a shout out to both of you for that. Now we're going to move into the 30-minute Q&A. But I like to ask a question, either one that like I wanted to hear the answer again from the debate, or something I just noticed through the debate. So the first question's going to be for Connor's side. With the First Amendment having the free exercise of religion, because this was brought up, why wouldn't that, like, why does it make it un-American if that's what would be happening, is Christians exercising their religion?
Yeah, I hope I can try to make myself clear. I don't care that Christians believe that God's law is supreme. I don't care that they're trying to implement their agenda, but I do think that you have to go through that amendment process if you're going to violate initial amendments. So as an example, let's say that we decide that slavery is okay because slavery is mentioned in the Old Testament and we want to reinstitute slavery. Well, that would clearly be a violation of the Bill of Rights, and would clearly be a violation of the arc of American culture. And so, yeah, technically you could amend the Constitution of the United States in order to do that. But then itself, I would view that as spiritually violative of what America is.
All right. And did you have something for that, Jimbob?
Well, I mean, it's just like, you know, I said it 19 times in my closer. Like, it's totally American to change the Constitution. We've done it many times. He's saying, well, it's spiritually violative. And I still don't know. I asked him, what is the standard for spiritual violative? You guys remember? Let's hear it in the chat. What is his barometer for spiritual violation? It's vibes, bro.
Is beating the fuck out of somebody with a crowbar the same as American football?
Depends on the vibes, bro.
I think the clear answer is no, and you're being obtuse.
Is taking women's right to vote the same as beating them the fuck up with a crowbar, retard?
No.
Good. What's your point then?
My point is that if you look at the preamble, I know my points. Thank you. If you look at the preamble to the Declaration of Independence, it's pretty clear that actually giving people more freedom over time is part of the intention of our nation. So.
All righty. And then for Jimbob's side, so one of the things I see talked about for like against your side is the fact that like America prioritizes like a pluralism amongst the people, and the big idea of Christian nationalism won't prioritize this. So does that make it un-American, or is this still?
Yeah, well, I would say if we go back to history now, like Counterpoints takes a very like sort of like rigorous novel approach to when there was a like true Americanism peeked its head in, and then it kind of went away dormant, and maybe we can bring it back or something like this. I hold the view that the American project, even though I have criticisms of the Enlightenment, libertarian kind of senses and you know, classical liberalism, I think it's a shit show. But the thing is, what was embedded in the culture at the time, because this is really an argument about culture and what informs culture and how that intertwines with policy. The time of the founding fathers and those guys, they couldn't imagine men and women would take liberalism, the liberal freedom, to the extent that they did. I mean, even the early libertarian writers would be shocked to see people wearing dildos on their faces in front of children, right? So there's this sense of like deontology. I think what's important from my view is that your duties may give you some sense of like entitlement, right? Your duties, like for men have duties, and because they have duties to like protect men and women and children and other men even, because they have those duties and they're capable of doing it, they have a right, they have a privilege. There's a different class in society, and I think even counterpoints would agree that the distinction between men and women sort of necessitate this kind of difference in duties. But it was our movement away from duties that gets us in this shithole, which is like, I deserve this. I have the right to this. I want stuff. Give me stuff. Give me stuff, right? Maybe Counterpoints has some criticisms of the same thing. When you remove the duties from society, it starts to crumble because everyone takes this individualist approach where they don't have to actually do anything. As Andrew points, rights are, what are they? What does he say? They're entitlements absent duties. And he's right. They're entitlements. Why are you entitled to shit, dude? A nation built on pure entitlements without duties is a shit show. It's going to burn, and it is burning. So, I mean, to that point, maybe Counterpoints, we could meet in the middle and say, isn't it better for a society to assume a whole slew of duties?
Yeah.
Even if you give them rights, even if you give them some rights?
Yeah. No, I think that one of the things that I have to argue for with my chat, because I do have a split chat that's like half libertarian, conservatarian, half liberal, is that duties, responsibilities oftentimes give you purpose. And that not only that, but like discipline, virtue, things that you find in the Nicomachean Ethics or the Bible, those are the kind of things that like make life worth living. And that whole like hedonistic, what happens when you look at freedom, this is something that we probably agree on. When you look at freedom as its own end, then all you're really looking for is more experiences to explore within your maximal freedom.
That's right.
Then your God kind of becomes hedonism. And then once it becomes hedonism, you mistake happiness and purpose for pleasure. And then you fuck up your life. And so, weirdly enough, we're probably pretty aligned on this.
Yeah, that's actually why Counterpoints, I brought up the woman thing. Cause like when I look at voting, I kind of see clearly it's like, oh, even if we lost against the government, the act of the men collectively voting, it's kind of like, without saying it, they're saying, well, I won't take out my AR-15 and gather with my friends and overthrow you. I'll just try to vote and hope you guys do the job. But the reason I asked, and maybe you weren't ever asked this, is, well, what do the women actually do? This is an issue of like, of duties. Like, what are our duties in the world? What is a woman's duty in this world? Well, from a Christian lens, regardless of whether you think Christianity at the national level is incompatible with, the founding fathers' vision or whatever, certainly getting back to women being sort of persuaded, and you said you agree with cultural pressure, right? Persuaded back to their duties, which is better for society. It actually ends up being better for society for women to resort, for the most part, I'm not saying there aren't exceptions, but for the most part, resort back to the meme of the mother, back to the caregiver, back to the people who we should protect because they are the earliest formation of the next human beings in our society. And we've just kind of we went, hey, ladies, you have the right to be a Nike executive. And they're like, I'm going to do that. And then they're 40 and they're crying and they have wine-stained teeth, hoping to get invited to a wedding so they can be hit on by a 21-year-old. It's pathetic.
Well, okay. What my frustration though is, excuse me, I agree that the archetypical duties of the male are to provide, protect, whatever you want to list as the violence, or at least have some kind of capacity for violence. But what I kind of resent is that many men don't take these duties seriously. They don't take providing seriously. They don't take taking care of their family seriously, taking care of their community seriously. They don't train in violence. They don't train their bodies. They don't do any of that kind of crap. And yet they'll turn around and be like, oh, every single woman is like an Instagram whore who's selling their body on OnlyFans and
You're talking about red pill people, right?
Right. Yeah. That, number one, not only is that statistically not true, but then number two, actually Googling this, I thought it was like a shocking stat. out of all the women by age 50, because I think 50 is kind of the cutoff for when you can realistically have kids, 85% of women will have kids, okay, at some point in their life. Now, are they good mothers? Who fucking knows? Are they fulfilling their marital obligations? Who knows? But I'm just saying, if you think that the stereotypical male responsibility is violence and capacity for violence and productivity, and the stereotypical female thing is having kids, 85% of them are partially fulfilling their duties.
Like in the end, they eventually do it, right? They eventually do the thing.
Yeah. Even the ad executives have a geriatric baby at 42.
Yeah. I would say if that were the case, there's still something that needs to inform the context of the duties, right? Like what?
Well,
like in what?
I think
what paradigm is a duty, right? Like for instance, I'll ask you, from a deistic view, how do you determine like what is the context for a woman's duty as a mother, like from your view?
Yeah, I think religion is actually rooted in naturalism as well. So I think that religion and nature are not incompatible. I actually think they probably correlate. I think when you look at like divine inspiration, or if you look at like Proverbs or Psalms or passages or whatever, effectively what you have is you have holy men looking at the world that they're surrounded with and making moral observations. Whether or not you believe that's inspired by God is up to the individual. So what I would say is, what do I base my belief on what a woman should be within the family unit? I mean, I kind of base it partially on the Bible, partially on anthropology, partially on history. And so, yeah, like obviously a loyal, virtuous mother who loves her kids and loves her partner, that's the ideal. And we should all strive towards that ideal, even if we fail.
Can I ask you personally, do you have kids and a wife?
2 children and a wife, both boys.
Okay. Have you ever been to Divine Liturgy?
No.
Orthodox Christian church?
No, my family's Protestant. Well, okay, my dad's Catholic. Everybody else is Protestant.
Okay, well, my invitation is just like check it out, because this is an interesting conversation from a general sort of vague deistic view where you're like, well, I kind of understand it, maybe a necessity for God, but I don't know who God is, and it's kind of beyond my capacity to engage with it or something. Specifically, the paradigm of like man, woman, bride, groom, what a family is it reflective of something greater? I would argue when you look at a Christian orthodoxy and you actually go and participate and check out a liturgy, you start to see at least a semblance of like how you could coherently derive the metaphysics of man, woman, and family from something clear, as opposed to you getting it intuitively. It seems like you get it intuitively. Like, yeah, you kind of get the hierarchical, there's a general deistic God, and then I'm man and I'm kind of representative of God, but not actually God. And then I'm leading the woman, and then the woman is taking care of the kids. It's like this nice, beautiful sloping hierarchy, right? Well, my challenge to anyone who sees that intuitively, which I'm assuming you do, is to try to pursue it more rigorously and go, wait a second, if that's kind of like if that's a perceivable truth, what if it's the case that does actually come from some source that makes sense? And that's why I invite you to Divine Liturgy. That's why. It's actually from a kind of like a philosophical lens.
Cool.
Based. I like it. All right. I'm going to start this timer up now for the chats questions. And there's a lot of super chats coming both from all sides here. So with the ones that aren't questions, if you want to respond to them, just interrupt me. And you can respond however you'd like. But for the ones that are questions, I'll stop for you guys. So first thing that came in here, gifted 5 Counterpoints memberships. Shout out to Weld QC John. Then we got $2 from Justin Henley, says Scud incoming. And then we got $5 from Corey, says Dear Lord, it's Counterpoints. He didn't like to see a Counterpoints. He was upset.
Fuck you too, bud.
We got Wagira gifted 5 Speakeasy memberships. Shout out to you, Wagira. Thank you very much. Justin Henley with another $2 says he just ended his own argument by explaining how. This must have been earlier. I don't know if we can know exactly what they're
I'll
talking about here.
I'll just say football analogy whenever we hit the loop again.
All right. Pharma Cat comes in with some little disco men, $5. Thank you very much. Teriak for €5. Makwa.
Machiwa.
Oh,
Like
Machiwa.
a new
Sorry.
age. It's a new age meme.
Machiwa, Jimbob.
Machiwa.
Machiwa chat. Thank Machiwa to Teriak too. James Smith comes in for $10. Jortlandia tax. Thank you very much, James Smith. Lauren comes in, became a YouTube member. Thank you very much, Lauren. Absolutely amazing. Sean of the Roses says, "Pay your taxes" for $5.
It's a part of your social duties.
That's
Yes,
right. Civic duty. Pay your taxes.
that's right.
To us, to all of us.
It's honestly, it's like the foundation of civilization. So if you're saying exclamation point question mark, yeah, sorry.
Yeah. Well, Manuel, Jesus, I probably butchered that. Sorry. Sends in 50 MX. What is MX? I don't know if I've seen that.
Mexican. It means it's
Oh.
like $3.
If it's not US dollars, it's not American. Source this very non-American super chat based. I like it. Tay Gooch, still one of my favorite YouTube names. Let's fucking go. Not one step back. Savage Jimbob. Shout out Tay Gooch. JB Peltier comes in for $5. Convenient how America stops being a landmass and a population and starts being an idea only when the population starts to assert themselves. Anyone want to answer that?
No, I mean, that's just descriptively true. Yeah. Like
Right.
one of the things that Jimbob has repeated that we didn't get into, but I would actually be interested in getting into. He was saying like liberalism opens up the gates for tribal ideologies to compete for the helms of power. I agree with that fundamentally. Power abhors a fucking vacuum. And that's one of the things that I hate about liberalism and liberals in particular, is that most liberals don't have a spine.
Yeah,
Right.
I think that I think when it comes down to it, it's like what did Ben Shapiro always say? Say politics is downstream from culture, but he never said what culture is downstream from, and he never does, because he has to get into his theology, which you know what that ends up having to say about all of us. But the thing is, like, it seems reasonable to just say, okay, well, if we kind of agree that politics is downstream from culture and culture can influence politics, you ask, well, what influences culture? And we'd probably all agree whatever our worldview is. So it's probably, for Christians, it's Christianity. And for other people, it's different things. And maybe Connor has a general deistic view that informs it, tied with like natural law or something like this. But the one thing we have to agree on is, if it's true that your metaethical view, your ultimate philosophy informs culture and culture informs politics, then aren't we in a constant race for which culture dictates the arms of policy and then also enforces it? To me, that's non-controversial, but for some reason in this day and age, it's controversial. It's almost like people go, well, you can believe what you want, just don't force your beliefs on me. Like, did you graduate out of that, Connor? Or do you still...
Yeah. No. I mean, I think that liberalism for me is the worst form of governments, except for all the other ones, relatively speaking. And one of the things that I hate about liberals in general is they abdicate their responsibility to promote what should be a healthy culture. They don't think they can judge anybody. They can't judge anybody. Somebody does a shitload of heroin, you can't judge them.
Well, it's
Somebody
relative.
bangs
It's like
1,000 dudes in 24 hours,
Yeah,
you can't judge them. You can't say anything about it. And if you do say anything about it, you're kind of approved, which is fucking very stupid.
Yeah, I agree with that there's a social element that I think individualism being a branch out of liberalism, we're all kind of living our own lives being like, well, I'm not going to say anything. It's like, well, no, we used to have a strong culture where you did say something. The power, did we not see the power of social shaming and persuasion during the Karunka years? Like, we saw how that went, right? It was like, oh man, like you can outside of law, outside of the gun, you could influence a lot of human behavior. And that's what I'm saying is like, I'm just saying, Christians should step up. Why? Because Connor agrees. If you don't step up with your ethical principles and get loud and try to persuade, not just by law, but socially, then other people fill in the vacuum, dude, and they just do it themselves. And you're like, you shouldn't do that. And you're like, they're going to say, why not? You're not doing it. I'll do it. I don't care.
The reason why people are scared, though, is because what you said effectively is that, people are always fighting for the wheels of power. But that's been true as long as humanity's been around.
Mhm.
And realistically, if you look at the medieval period, if you look at the pre-medieval period, that was ultimately decided by violence. So the reason why liberals and I guess conservatarians or whatever who believe in liberal principles, the reason why they get freaked out is because they're worried that you're going to throw out the entire game. So so for instance, like I understand that Christian theocracy might not be as bad as fascism, but let's say that fascists came in, obviously there could be really, really, really bad consequences for shitloads of people. And so if somebody doesn't believe in the rules of the game, then the game falls apart.
Yeah, I agree with that. That's why I always ask a secularist in particular or an atheist. I try to trap them. They go, I go, do you believe people can have their beliefs, but you just don't want them forced on people? And they go, yeah, exactly. And I go, what if someone doesn't believe in rights? And then they're done. They have to concede that, okay, there's one thing they believe in that they believe should be forced on people, which is this concept. And you go, it's not about whether or not it's better if you assume rights. The question is more like, well, at least concede and bite the bullet that you do also compete to force your beliefs on other people. You just have a different threshold, right? I just
Public
think
education is inherently liberal. And what I mean by that is if you view the founding of this nation as a liberal project, I'm using like capital L liberal. I'm not talking about people with blue hair. I'm talking about like a liberty-based philosophy. When you say the Pledge of Allegiance, when you learn about American civics, when you learn about the Bill of Rights, when you learn about foreign countries, when you learn about this, when you learn about
it's like a dogma. It's like a type of dogma, right? Or at least
they are indoctrinating you into the civic religion of liberalism.
Right. That's why I think it ultimately counterpoints that it really comes down to whether you want to call them full religions, because, it seems like you're capable of being elastic and going, well, it's kind of a religion. It doesn't need like this specific God, but generally, colloquially, we're saying, oh, yeah, there is a kind of religion to this system. So it's a competition of religions.
People who ignore spirituality or religion, they end up worshiping politics.
All right. Next one here from Sean of the Roses. $5 says, take my money for that quick win. Great job, Jimbob.
Thanks, Sean.
And next one comes in here. Tay Gooch for $10. Another $10 says, for the goal, not one step back. Much love from Texas. Shout out to you, Tay Gooch. Jess Gerald comes in and for $10 says, because Jimbob content slaps.
What's up, Jess Gerald?
Shout out Jess Gerald. $5 from Justin Henley. Historically, counterpoints, you'd have to say slavery was American. It was originally allowed and libertine for some and degenerate. It was Christian to amend it.
I would argue that the Three-Fifths Compromise and the preamble to the Declaration of the Independence kind of set up the internal cultural contradiction that would result in the abolishment of slavery. So yeah, I agree that slavery is American, but then that kind of gets back into the conversation of, is it American to amend or abolish an American institution? Yeah, it is.
All right. Did you have something for that, Jimbob?
Nope, I don't.
Right. Next one comes in from we're just gonna call you XB. All right. XB, ring it up, Jimbob dub. Now we get to enjoy the spurred cope for the rest of the allotted time. Thank you, XB. Wrath of Reason comes in for $20, says, popping in to say hello, W Jimbob.
Nice.
Thank you, Wrath of Reason. Gorilla Biscuits. Or Gorilla Biscuits, baby. Sorry. Gifted one made by Jimbob membership. Shout out to you, Gorilla Biscuits. Dane Snyder comes in. I didn't realize this was a gun show. Look at Jimbob. Yeah, Jimbob's got the guns out.
Slowly but surely, but not even.
Michael Stark comes in for $5. Ask him if communism is American. If he says no, give the same hypothetical where we do it by democratically changing the Constitution.
Yeah, so communism actually isn't American. I actually forget. Isn't Karl Marx German or Austrian or some shit?
Oy.
But yeah, but he's Western. And no, communism, the decommodification, socialism is a decommodification of basic human need and workers owning the means of production. Communism is a moneyless, stateless class of society. I think they're utopian dribble. I think they're stupid as shit. And I think that while I brought up the Chinese example, you could vote in communism through the amendment process. You could abolish the original constitution. I would view communism as contradictory to the American project as espoused by the founding fathers. It's not about life, liberty, or the pursuit of happiness.
All righty. Next one comes in. Games are for kids, $10. We believe in the Constitution as it is and will be in America, not as it could be. We could outlaw all laws. It doesn't make it American to believe in law and order today.
I agree.
I'm not sure that follows the belief in law and order versus what's hypothetically and practically possible. There's a pretty easy demonstration that the Constitution does in fact have amendments, which means that you can change it. So like, it's completely American to give women rights, and it's completely American to change those so long as the process is consistent with this project called the American project and its laws. So it's like laws change all the time, dude. That's like saying hold on. This is like saying like, okay, Americans, we have laws. We believe in law and order. Okay, we believe in law and order. Good. It doesn't follow that the laws are always moral. So it's a part of the American project to change laws, right? So if it's a part of the American project and it's fully American to change laws, then saying all of the stuff he just said, it's like that. What I tried to produce here is that it's very American to be able to change all of these things. That's all. It's just American to be able to change it.
Okay, but my argument would be, let's say that rather than taking away somebody's right to vote, because that's a little bit, I don't know, it's not as bad as other things. But let's say that we made it legal to murder or to kidnap your neighbors and put them into a cage. We would obviously believe that those were violative of their rights to life, their rights to liberty, their rights to the pursuit of happiness. We would see how it was a violation of the Bill of Rights. So effectively, that's what we're saying is like, yeah, technically you could make pedophilia legal technically through the amendment process. It would still be violative of life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness, and the Bill of Rights, which is what would render it un-American.
Okay, but listen, when they first crafted this, the language was life, liberty, and the pursuit of property. Was it un-American to change it to happiness?
Wasn't that changed before they signed it all because they needed unanimous?
Well, that's the thing is that's my point is everything's a compromise. So it's like what you have to do is arbitrarily go into the compromises and the changes and go, that's American, that's un-American. I would argue counterpoints that based on the views you've shared tonight, you would actually be highly critical. It would be better for your view to be like, well, it was a mistake to change it from property. You know why? Property actually gives you obligation, doesn't it? Like if you own property. Now the pursuit of happiness, that's like fucking Disney shit. It's like, what does that even mean? Like you have the right to pursue. Well, what if it makes me happy to make everyone miserable and expose myself, in public? It's like, it's so ambiguous. I don't know why they did that. Now I'm not great at history, but like I look at that language and I go, that doesn't even fucking sound American. Like it sounds more American to say, no, you have a right to own property and you have the right to defend it. Happiness is like, what the you might as well say gender. Like you have the right to a gender. It's like, it doesn't mean anything to me.
The thing that we agree on, even if we don't agree on fundamental concepts, the thing that we agree on is we've probably gone decently far in the freedom direction. We probably need to reinforce the responsibility and
pull it back. I agree. We gotta pull it back a little bit, just a little bit.
I'll rein it in.
Yeah.
JB Peltier for $5 says, so we can't lawfully use the stones to destroy the stones?
I'm not sure if I'm tracking.
I mean, I think I was guessing it was like a Muslim pun or something. Member for 9 months, Wagira, give me back those state religions. What's wrong with that? Anything for that?
I don't know if I'm tracking.
Give me back. Oh, like just like early
Like-
on, the states had the requirements to serve in office and
Oh.
even own land and shit like that. And you had to be like, oh, you're a Christian. I actually like that. I know it gets into like, well, now you have a battle of which denomination. That's fine. I like battling denominations, but I do like this concept where there's actually a set of metaphysical prerequisites for trust. You know, you could say like it enhances trust, and you could say you're being a bad Christian. Now, you can't say you're being a bad secularist, right?
I think even secularists oftentimes subscribe to like humanism, but yeah, then you start fighting about like hedonism and pursuit of happiness and nihilism and all that bullshit. So you can say you're a bad secularist, but then you start arguing about shit. So
Well, yeah, like you can't have a standard for it. That's why you know what?
Yeah,
it's funny to pose this
there's
question.
nothing.
That
I think the Trinity is pretty central to Christianity. So typically,
I
if somebody
know.
doesn't believe in the Trinity, then you can say you're not a Christian.
I
don't
agree
think
with
that
you.
there's a secular equivalent of belief.
Right, right. Well, that's what gets interesting. If you ask a secularist, if your secularist best friend suddenly out of nowhere emailed you and was like, dude, I don't believe in any of the Christian doctrine, but I'm going to start voting consistent with Christian ethical laws. And he's like, what the fuck? He couldn't say to his friend, right? You're being a bad secularist, right?
No, it's relatively like I think secular is supposed to be. I'd have to look up the definition, but I think it's just kind of like a divorce of like religiosity
Yeah.
from state affairs. But at
Yeah.
the same time, like he could just believe that religious prescriptions were correct, even if the religion was incorrect.
Right.
Yeah. Secular says denoting attitudes, activities, or other things that have no religious or spiritual basis. Yeah, like there's pro-life atheists. You know, they're rare, but they exist.
Yep.
All right. We got from Tay Gooch, $10 says checkmate. Thank you, Tay Gooch, for sending that in. We got $5 from Austin, says make him lose his shit, Jimbob.
This was me calm tonight, fellas.
He was pretty collected. I gotta say.
Yeah, it was great. I was like, I didn't have to even step in. Those are always my favorite debates. Would you agree that a conservative who works with progressives who cheer on the death of conservatives is a coward and a person of low moral character?
For you
yeah,
or me?
that's not me.
Yeah,
So-
yeah. I would say they're.
So-
What are they conserving if they're doing that? I don't know what that means if they are.
Yeah. So actually, sorry, can you go back real quick?
Oh yeah.
So there's like 6 different conservatisms. There's Burkean, fiscal, social, constitutional, national. Actually, somebody introduced me to national conservatism, I don't know, maybe a couple of weeks ago or whatever. And actually, I used to argue that Donald Trump was not a conservative. However, I think he can actually be argued to be a national conservative. I think he actually can. So the thing is, if you look at Burke, if you look at fiscal conservatism, if you look at social conservatism, the Trump and MAGA movement fail on so many levels that I fought against Trump and MAGA and I lost, but I'm really excited for Trump to be out of office. And I don't think I've ever cheered on the death of conservatives ever. So I don't know where you're getting your information, Blaster Bot, but you can suck a barrel of dicks.
A barrel of dicks. I don't even know if I've heard that one. A barrel of dicks. That's good. XB for $5 says viability. How many Americans in the 1800s would have said gay marriage was realistically going to be made legal ever? This guy isn't serious.
Okay.
All righty. $5 from JB. Peltier again says, started throwing spirit around as deliberately ambiguous filler.
I think we can all agree that beating the fuck out of people with crowbars is not American football.
All right. Big W for this is Tay Gooch for 10. Big W for Jimbob. Connor's IQ is over 9,000, and we just don't get it yet.
Yep.
Connor,
Gooch.
do you believe in evolution?
Yep.
You do. Do you debate it at all, or?
No, but I mean,
Okay.
I'd be open to it.
Okay, cool. I'll text you. You're on X or something?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll reach out.
Based. I want to watch that one. JB says, "Why can't we be friends?" Tell him
We
JB,
can
why
be.
can't
I
we
don't hate
friends?
Jim Bob.
I don't hate Connor.
We can be friends.
That's it. That's it. Small fry for $10. There are certain ideals that are integral to the American identity. Throwing them out, even democratically, is un-American.
Small fry gets it.
I mean, I understand what you're saying, but it doesn't tell me where those ideals come from. So some people would say it's just pure liberty. I both Connor and I look at that and we go, yeah, but there's going to be a problem there eventually. And you say, well, what are the ideals if it's not Christian? Let's say even make it more broad. If it's not theistic or deistic, I'm not sure what the ideals are and how you justify the ideals. What is it? Just
No,
like
that's
right
the-
now, I think the ideals, unfortunately, are especially with like immigration. It's like you get conservatives going, well, we should just transport a lot of people here so long as they're good economically. And you're like, do we see that our existence isn't just pure economic choices? Like, do people see that now, that our existence isn't purely cogs in an economic wheel? Or no? Am I the only one? I don't know.
No, that's a legitimate difference between like fiscal conservatives who are typically like strong capitalists and national conservatives who are people who are trying to preserve a nation and a culture and a sovereignty and all that kind of stuff. And so I kind of need to retract a little bit. I used to accuse Donald Trump of not being any kind of conservative. He's a national conservative, in my opinion. And but small fry, I don't even know if you're agreeing with Jim Bob or you're agreeing with me. But I agree with the sentiment. I think that effectively, if fascists came into the United States, and I'm not using that as a derogatory term, I'm using it descriptively. If fascists voted in a fascist regime, I wouldn't view that as an American project because it doesn't believe in life, doesn't believe in liberty, it doesn't believe in the pursuit of happiness or the pursuit of property, it doesn't believe in the Bill of Rights, it doesn't believe in any of that kind of shit. So I would view that as a departure from the American project. But thank you. I'm hoping one person understood what I said.
Well, it
Thank
was
you.
so platitudinal. It could have been me agree with it and you agree with it. It could have been true for either.
Well,
of us, you know?
he could be saying that Christianity is central to American identity,
Mhm,
right?
mhm.
He could be saying
That's
that.
what I'm saying. We don't know.
I would make counter arguments about different kinds of Americans who aren't Christian, but once again, I don't think it matters. It's fine.
All right, $2 from both. How can you lose a debate 6 times within 30 minutes? Didn't specify who.
No, I'm sure that's a Jim Bobber, but guys, like one of the cringe things that I find in the debate sphere is unilaterally declaring victory while having a debate doesn't mean you actually won the debate. It's kind of I think that rhetoricians do that for stupid people like you. Sorry.
All right. $5 comes in from JB. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness and,
And
voting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And a bathroom. And a bathroom I can go into. Yeah.
$2 from JB. Connor points. Are women obliged to have kids?
Not legally, but I think culturally it should definitely be encouraged. We talked about cultural pressure throughout this. I think men should be culturally encouraged to be protectors, providers, capable of violence, even if they don't like violence. I think they should try to fulfill the archetypes of masculinity. And I think that standard should apply to women as well. Now, maybe you're a butch woman, maybe you're a lesbian, maybe you're ugly, maybe you can't have kids, maybe you can't fulfill the stereotype of like archetypical femininity. But I do think in general, cultural pressure towards being a wife and a mother is probably socially positive and good.
All right. $5 comes in from Justin Henley. Says, so your answer to Jim Bob's women's rights question is that the writers of the Constitution misinterpreted what they wrote. Stick to 40K. GW suits you.
Nah, Justin, you're just kind of dumb. So if you actually go back to the founding fathers themselves were conflicted about the arc of history and justice and rights for different kinds of people. Now, let's be real. They probably didn't give a fuck about women, but I would say that they did give a fuck about like what is going to be the legacy of America in reference to slavery and the rights of slaves.
Well, he's half black, and so you're half racist for calling him dumb.
I'm hella racist.
Hella racist.
I'm like fun racist. Like I like.
Me too.
I like ribbing people.
Well,
of
to
different
quote
backgrounds.
a great creator I heard just recently, everybody's a little racist sometimes.
A bit.
Dane Snyder for $10 says, counterpoints. If it's true that childbearing is a woman's obligation, would you agree that abortion and birth control are un-American? Would you agree that childbearing is a patriotic act?
I'll answer it in reverse order. I think that having children and raising them in a carefully considered household is a patriotic act. I think that I set a limit at abortion for like proto-consciousness, but I do think that like abortion is like morally wrong. I don't think that you should engage in abortion. It's still potential human life. Now, birth control, though, is like if you're talking about like using a condom or if you're talking about like using birth control randomly, like as you're growing up, I don't think that's quote unquote un-American, especially when you're talking about life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. Jimbob and I might align on purpose being more important than pleasure and contentment being more important than the fleeting highs of hedonism. But not everybody agrees with that. And I do think that freedom is the freedom to make the right decisions. I think, unfortunately, it's also the freedom to make the wrong decisions and learn from your mistakes.
All righty. Next one comes in. Games are for kids. Alicia has my. Oh, yeah, that's right. This one was sent to me. I guess they weren't able to put it in. This one says, hypothetically, we could as easily enslave all Christians and abolish Christianity through constitutional amendment. Is it American to believe in anything?
Yeah, I would say it's contrary to life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, and the Bill of Rights.
All right.
Jimbob, I think they were saying like the power to enslave Christians and the power to destroy Christianity is technically possible through the this is one of my community members. They're saying it's technically possible through the amendment process. So would you view it as American? If, like atheists and Muslims and Jews and Buddhists allied themselves to enslave Christianity.
Yeah, that would be a bigger critique of what is American, which is interesting because this level of debate was about what you think is American and whether or not I could use the current system to do exactly similar power moves, which is all I have access to right now. But this is what's interesting. This pushes my paradigm out a level. And what I look at is not what's American. I look at what's Orthodox Christian and how I can intertwine it into what's American. And so you're right. The chatter's right. If I was strictly holding to a boomer, this is America, liberty, my freedom, all this shit, we went to the moon. Yeah, he would be right. You're just being in a war. You're at a constant war with other people who are trying to take the helm. Look at, it's no joke. Look at Dearborn. Look at New York City. This is no joke. This is an ideological war. There are people ideologically bound to destroying your ideology. And it's like Christians are actually your best asset to fighting Islam, right? For secularists. But the problem is secularists and feminists, they vote, their voting patterns allow the worst ideologies to come into America. Is that American? Is immigration American? That's a whole other topic for a debate.
All right. So because we went past the 30 minutes now, I'm just gonna kind of like go through here because there's so many of them and look for the questions here. This one here, this one's a statement, but I think it's something you guys could answer to. It's another one from Games Are for Kids. When people vote away their right to vote or their rights, it becomes un-American.
That's actually interesting because he did mention the suffrage movement, and you probably more historically, you have a higher historical acumen than me probably, is that that the first movement to giving women the right to vote, the majority of women who were homemakers didn't actually want it. Were they being un-American?
No, because they were expressing their genuinely held conscience, allegedly.
Yeah, okay, cool. So you're conscious. So the women who were expressing their genuine held conscience to give the women the right to vote, when they set up blockades and made it impossible for the women who didn't want the right to vote to show up at the referendums, they were also being American, right?
Well, I mean, that gets into like the right to peaceably assemble and protest. So I would say that maybe rebellion is a cultural touchstone of American history, but they're still criminals deserving of incarceration. Like the Boston Tea Party wasn't legal, right? The revolution of the United States, or the Revolutionary War, wasn't legal. It was moral, but that's like, is that American? I think so. So they're still criminals.
All right. Dane Snyder comes in with a question here for 10. Does a person have to be a Christian in order to hold the principles of Christian nationalism, or can an atheist, Muslim, or whatever hold Christian ethics while rejecting the supernatural claims?
I don't know what Jimbob's answer is. I know what my answer is. So
yeah, we asked this.
Jimbob,
I asked him.
First?
Yeah, I asked Connor. We brought this up before. If some secularist says, dude, I don't believe in any of this shit, but I do want to adopt all their ethical systems and informed law based on Christian, and I want to live around Christians. I don't even believe it. Yeah, they don't have to be Christian. In fact, that's one of the key arguments against secularism when you're doing like a ethics debate with them. You just simply posit this question: hey, dude, can your best friend who's a total secularist, doesn't believe in any of the Christian dogma, can they vote Christian nationalism? Are they still secularists? Yeah, they are actually.
Yeah. So weirdly enough, I think this question is actually probably more nuanced than I want to give it credit for. So I would say that Christian nationalism, definitionally, you're identifying the thing, and then you're identifying the people that you're advocating for. And so I would say that, like, if you don't believe in the Trinity, then definition, like I'm culturally Christian, right? But I don't believe in the Trinity. Therefore, I would never claim the label Christian. Okay. So I wouldn't consider myself a part of the nation. Could I live within the nation peaceably? Could I agree to the precepts? Yeah, obviously. But then I do think that the fear typically with nationalism is it's oftentimes an exclusive definition. So therefore, I would expect some level of discrimination eventually, where they would just say, we'll tolerate you, but you're not really one of us.
Do you agree that discrimination is good if you do have a pretty cohesive identity of, like, I always use Japan, like if I ever visited Japan, I would want to experience legit sushi, but I would also be really annoyed if some sort of Japanese amenity that was only for Japanese, I was allowed to do it. I would actually like it if they said, no, not you, gringo, or whatever their version is, right? Like, that's discrimination that I think is essential to protecting the identity. Now, obviously, America, we have a very, we're infant and we're pluralistic. So we don't have the same identity type of thing as Japan or the long-lasting European nations at this point. But I like that. I kind of wish America had something like that, but I can't pretend to exhaustively list what those things are. Like, I don't know what.
I think descriptively, you're just right that if you don't discriminate, if you don't have rules, then your sense of definition or identity kind of, like, it at minimum kind of melts, and at maximum it disappears entirely. The reason why I appeal to civic nationalism or paperwork nationalism, which is effectively believing in the Constitution of the United States, is that if you believe in freedom of conscience and freedom of speech, if you believe in the right to self-defense up to and including against the government, and if you believe in, like, due process of law and the other amendments that kind of give people their rights under the Constitution of the United States, that's enough for us to work together. That's enough for us to be like, you could be Muslim, you could be gay, you could be atheist, you could be whatever, and we could work together. However, if you don't believe in those things, I just think you're fundamentally incompatible with the United States of America. You brought up, like, Islamic immigration as an example. So individual Muslims, I got no beef with. But if you're a theocratic Islamist, you want a Islamic supremacist theocratic nation.
Mhm.
I don't want you in my country. I think you're fundamentally incompatible with the United States.
All
Yeah.
right. We got another. I see another question here. This one says, which one of the several types of Christianity that signed the Declaration should have they chosen? Hint, there's no ortho founders of America, Christians fleeing persecution from Christians.
Rude.
Which of the several types of Christianity that signed the Declaration should have they chosen? Well, if you're gonna leave it to like the best of the worst, I'd probably go with Catholic. At that time, even though there's problems there, I would go with Catholic, which is a little more rigorous, has a little more historical binding to it has a better direction toward the apostles and such. So that's an easy question, Fatty. You fat retard.
I don't
Um,
have a preference.
this one was.
I actually want you to answer if you prefer Christian over some other non-Christian alternative.
Yeah.
Do you
I do.
do you know enough about like different Christian like denominations and history to be like, well, that seems, because you don't know much about Orthodoxy, right?
Sure. Anglicans are heretics. Lutherans are pessimistic, nihilistic freaks. Orthodox versus Catholicism. So I was raised Baptist. I was raised fundamentalist Baptist. Then I traveled to Europe, and my father fell in love with the Catholic Church. And so he converted to Catholicism probably when I was about 9. And then I went to Catholic Mass all the way up until I was 18.
What was it like being raised by a gay dad?
No, he's a great guy.
Shit.
But,
I'm just kidding, dude.
I know. I'm laughing. But my mom was non-denominational Protestant. Like she liked the fire and brimstone a little bit, but realistically, she just likes music. But they're both like super devout. The reason why, I don't like necessarily ortho, just because of the way that it's expressed in the modern era. But I do respect that it has roots all the way back to Constantine. It has roots all the way back to the foundations of the church. And I think that there's kind of like an honesty there where the Pope being like the vicar of Christ and being the unchallengeable voice of God on earth, that sounds heretical. I know I got a Catholic guy who's going to argue with me in chat, but
about intercession,
the intercession of the saints, that feels a little pagan. That feels a little weird. Some of the Christian dogma feels weird coming out of Catholicism. Whereas I think that Orthodox history, as far as I understand it, it's actually pretty pragmatic about secular power and church power and sharing power within society to promote a healthy culture.
That's why I invite you to go, because even if you're like still like, I'm not interested, like what's cool about Orthodoxy is you get to go to a church that is as close as we can get to like what Christianity was in like 400, 500, right? Even if you're like, I'm just looking from a purely observational point, like I think everyone should go into a divine liturgy just to experience like the historical connection to our concept of Christianity today is so insane, dude. I mean, bass solos and fog machine. He is mighty. Come up. Like it's crazy, dude. And when I never knew about Orthodoxy at all growing up, and the first time I walk in there, it was like actually going into a time machine, like unexplainable experience that you have, because it's so contrasting to modernity. I mean, we are just rocked with modernity in the West. It's to me, it's horrifying for different reasons than maybe you would think.
Well, I'm also a Warhammer nerd, and so when I see Ukrainian and Russian priests blessing weapons before they go into battle, I'm like, nice.
Like, yeah.
That's
Nice.
awesome. Justin Henley for $5 said, Connor points, the judicial branch interprets the Constitution, including the preamble. Can Christians interpret differently than what you think is obvious?
Of course. One of the things is like freedom of conscience, freedom of speech is kind of enshrined in the First Amendment. You can believe whatever the fuck you want to believe. And then not just that, I understand. So if you're a real Christian, okay, if you're a real Christian, You think the creator of the universe instantiated himself into a human being to communicate with humans directly about like morality, how they should live, how they should be, and also to like seek penance, forgiveness, mercy, atonement, and all that kind of stuff through Christ, so that you could achieve eternal salvation. If you believe that, I don't know why the fuck you would care about secular laws at all. Like, if you believe that sincerely, that God came to earth and communicated with humanity directly, of course God's law would be supreme. So I think it'd be hypocritical of me to ask you to ignore a core tenet of your belief to exist, within my society.
All right. We got 2 more questions I see here. There's one here. Dane says for $5, Jimbob, true or false? CN doesn't advocate for the people like counterpoints described, counterpoints. Sorry, I said counterpoints. Like counterpoints described, but rather it advocates for a moral social code.
Yeah, I guess. I'm not sure I could. Yeah, I mean, in a sense, you're not advocating for the people. In a sense, you just want them to pursue all of their pleasures, right? Me and Connor both agree the hedonism leads to basically removed responsibility, where you're just like in a fucking helmet world where you're just jizzing all day, right? Well, that's not going to keep a society floating, right? So, in a sense, that's true. We're actually prescribing some legal consequences for behavior, but also I agree with Connor that we want to run with our social pressure apparatus as well. It's very powerful. We often don't realize how powerful social pressure, shame, especially with men. Dude, the only reason I started working out, and I have a long way to go, is just complete pure male to male shame. You know what I mean? Glory to God.
No, I mean that's great. And what I would say is that there are different variations of Christian nationalism. I'm happy that we didn't deal with like the LARPy version tonight. No offense to Fuentes and the Groypers or whatever, but I find their Christian nationalism super LARPy, where they're going to be like, we're going to get in there and it's going to be like a Catholic dictatorship and everybody's going to convert to Catholicism and we're going to beat the shit out of the gays until they go back into the closet. And it's like, what? Like none of this is achievable.
Well, none of them have families either.
Right. Whereas if you're just saying like, no, I believe that this is the group of people that I want to advocate for through policy. And I believe that God's law is supreme to man's law. Therefore, not only do I find it not hypocritical, and speaking like as if I were a Christian nationalist, not only is it not hypocritical,
you will be
seek advocacy for these people, it's almost a moral duty to do so because power abhors a vacuum.
Mm-hmm.
I don't find that anywhere near as distasteful as LARPing pseudo-fascistic theocratic authoritarianism.
All right. And this other one, I read it like a question and it wasn't a question, but we got a big 50 here, so I'll highlight this
Fugazi.
one. No Fugazi says, "Hey Jimbob, he lost to me twice. He's an equivocation king, but great job destroying him."
Thank you, Cooley.
Shout out Cooley for that.
Hold on, I'll address that too.
Are you going to say something racist to him? Go for it.
I mean, listen, if America was truly free, I would just start dropping slurs. But no, what was it? There was just this debate where he was just like he just kept asserting repeatedly. And by the way, this is kind of why I brought it up. He just kept asserting like, "Oh, I'm right. And oh, you guys didn't bring any evidence. You didn't bring any evidence." The evidence that we brought, he was saying that there was no evidence of sedition or conspiracy or any kind of overthrow in reference to January 6, 2021. Me and a different person on the panel basically said like Enrique Tarrio's court case. And he's like, you got nothing. And so what I would tell the audience is like, listen, don't respond to the emotions of the conversation. Great rhetoricians can make you feel certain ways about a conversation. Listen to the actual words and what's being built as a conception. And if a motherfucker, no offense, Fugazi, but fuck you. If a motherfucker like that is saying, oh, you didn't bring any evidence, but people actually just brought you evidence, you just say they didn't bring any evidence. No offense, Fugazi, but you're a fucking liar. So suck a dick, dumb shit.
All right. And with that, we're gonna wrap up the audience Q&A portion. Right. Again, huge thanks to everyone who sent in super chats to all of the channels tonight. Big help, and all of that support helps everyone keep bringing you content. Right. And a big respect to both the debaters stepping into the arena. Again, whether you agreed or disagreed, it takes more than you guys know to come out here and test these ideas in front of the live audience. So make sure you show the debaters some love. Go sub up, show them some support. Are you both staying for the after panel portion?
I'll hang out. Yeah.
What time is it? I'll say that I'll stay until midnight. I'll probably stay until 12:30.
All right.
And then I'll be like, all right, guys, I'm out. And then I'll stay for another 30 minutes and then I'll go to bed.
All right. Awesome. So we're going to roll. There's a debate outro so that it's about 3 minutes. It gives you guys and myself as well time to go take a piss, get a drink, whatever you need to do. It's about 3 minutes. And as I'm rolling the outro chat, I'm going to drop the link to join the panel in the chat for you guys. Just a heads up, if you're coming up to try and troll or just yell over everyone or any of that shit, you're just going to get muted and then probably booted. So give it up before you try it. And if you're enjoying what you've seen tonight, okay, make sure you subscribe to the Speakeasy channel so you don't miss more debates just like this every Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. All right, so stick around. Once the outro goes down, the Chaos and Chill panel begins. And again, thank you everybody for being here tonight for Swords of Reason.
Step into the circle where the echoes collide. Truth through the static, no place to hide. Iron tongue, sharpen fire in our breath. We dance with conviction on the edge of death. Your words are bullets, mine are storms. Ideas forged where lightning forms. No retreat, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through lies with steel precision. No faith, no fear, just raw collision. We clash our swords of reason. Facts burn brighter than a prophet's flame. Egos crumble, but the truth remains. Every scar, a mark of thought's crusade. In the battlefield of minds we've made. Speak your truth, but bear the cost. Every claim can still get lost in the war of voice and vision. Feel the friction. We clash our swords of reason. No silence left for indecision. Ideas break with loud precision. We clash our swords of reason. Strike me with logic, I'll bleed my proof. We cut through chaos to carve out truth. Let the sparks fly, let the echo scream. This is no debate, it's a metal dream. We clash our swords of reason. In the storm of thought's collision. no retreat. In the war of words, we find a beat. Source of reason.
We had 2 people come up and then leave. I think they're scared of you guys.
We're not even mean. We're not even mean. We don't even smoke cigarettes.
Right? Come on, guys. What are you all scared of all of a sudden? It's the first time nobody joins the panel after. You guys are real scared or what?
I'm not trying to chat too much shit, but that's like one of the things that's frustrating as fuck is everybody's like, oh, this guy's a pussy, this guy's a bitch, fuck him, I'd kick his ass, blah, 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 blah. And then whenever it's open panel, they never fucking show up. It's such bullshit.
Welcome to
Show
my
up.
chat.
Call me a pussy to my face, you fucking losers.
That's what I'm saying.
All right. Well, I guess while we're getting into it, or while we're waiting for somebody to show up. So, Jimbob.
Yeah.
The reason why I brought up the Trinity as being important to whether or not Christian nationalism would be viable in the future is because the truth of the Trinity actually determines whether or not Christianity, I think, is going to survive like the next 10,000 years.
Really?
Yeah. Well, whether or not it is true is going to determine.
Wait a second. Hold on a second. Do you think rights actually exist, or is it a noble lie?
No, I think rights can be derived and observed through nature.
Wait, you can observe a right in nature?
Mm-hmm. Sorry, I want to be respectful to why, but as an example, like the right to self-defense, every sentient and sapient creature has the right to self-defense. Like nobody begrudges for kicking a lion.
No. They have the will to self-defense, but the right is a post hoc judgment of whether or not it was justified. So if I'm in the woods and someone
I think a zebra is justified in kicking a lion in the face.
Well, zebras and animals don't actually require any legal justification. They just do what they do. Rights are peculiar to humans. So if we're in the woods pre-enlightenment and we're just in the woods, you don't have the concept of a right. You just have the inclination to defend yourself, and you feel like it's moral or it's good to defend yourself. The distinction right is a legal term that is very modern. So like if you defend yourself from me, you actually still have to go to court for them to determine whether or not you in fact were justified in your self-defense, right? It's not automatic.
I suppose, but at the same time, I would say that like the Second Amendment, just as an example, all of it is like a at least according to the founding fathers, it's the clarification of a natural right.
Can I make a concession of a counterpoint, if you will?
Sure.
So at what point are you allowed to like just say no?
To what?
To what? Evil?
I mean, morally, it's your job to say no to evil at all times, even if it has like horrible effects.
So the question that I asked and proposed was about like an actual like to say no to something, right? Which I believe to be evil. So like abortion.
Okay. Well, okay. So for instance, the question then becomes,
at what point are you allowed to say no?
I mean, you're kind of saying no right now, right?
Well, that's a question. And within the question can't be the answer.
Okay, you're asking me at what point are you allowed to say no? I would say that the First Amendment gives you, if we're saying rights are post hoc rationalizations of like whatever,
right?
Then
please
what I would
don't
say
use the word right.
What's that?
The privilege. Don't use the word right.
If you think rights are privileges and enforced by force,
a function.
Okay. What?
A function. I'm a Christian, so like I'm just trying to help you, buddy.
Okay. Well, I'm trying to answer your question. I think as a Christian, you have the moral duty to say no to evil at all times.
So no,
Okay.
I deem that as worthy of no. Then, under your preview of what you established, I say no.
Say no to what?
Explain that again.
Okay. I haven't tried. I haven't tried to impose anything.
Nope. Just no.
I
Okay, it's funny. I am being funny. Like, I'm not just trying to be a dick, but nope.
okay.
I can tell you've been downing the cold shots again there, Triple G.
Who do you-
We got this was
You can ask me a
anonymous-
question,
or
though, and I will
anonymous
answer it.
chatter.
Actually,
Hold up. I just want to see what Anonymous Chatter has to say because I think you're going on kind of losing where you were.
No, it's okay. What are we arguing right now?
Oh, well, we were talking about natural rights and where rights were derived. Then we said, when is it chronologically the time to say no to evil? And that's about how far we've gotten.
it's right now, no.
Cute.
I don't know. There's so much to this question. Do you want to derive natural rights from above? Do you want to do the God says what rights are? Do you want to do?
Well, that's what it sounded like Jimbob wanted to do. But what I was saying was, so I said that a zebra has the right to self-defense the same way
Zebra
any,
has rights.
Yeah, no,
Self-dissent. I haven't
Wait,
heard
hold
that
on.
one. Self-dissent.
Wait. Zebras have rights?
Is that
So-
like self-pleasure? Like, what's going on here? What's self-dissent? I've never heard this term.
Zebra right.
defense.
Well,
The ability to defend yourself. And if you look at, hold on, let me make sure that I find the right specifically as a legalistic term. Let me find that
No.
definition specifically.
Wait a second. If a zebra has the right to self-defense, do I have the right to stop a lion from killing a zebra?
Can I
It
Doesn't,
fight
depends
a
on whether or
doesn't,
not
the,
the lion is a part of-
doesn't the lion have the right to eat the zebra?
Yeah.
Can I fight a
They have-
rhino?
they
Well,
have
that
different-
doesn't
Can
work.
I
then.
wrestle
No, they have
rhino
different.
to the
They
ground?
have different subjective morality.
I was going to say, I think this all boils down to basically like if you want to say that there's divine command, you can't logically get to divine command without believing initially.
Divine demand? Like, who's like? Okay, all right. These are new terms to me. So, divine demand. What is that?
So
divine command, and bro, you
The other
are
guy-
wasted.
The other guy's
God.
googling.
God saying things. Divine
Why?
command. God orders. That's what he's saying.
Yeah. So divine command
No,
is
divine demand, not divine command. Because, like, I know what Jesus is. So he came here,
Listen,
he turned water into
Easy. I'm just
wine.
gonna say it. This
This
dude's
guy knows how
wasted
to
and he's
party,
dragging down the
man.
conversation.
Okay.
So
Yeah, like I don't know if you even understand where you are right now, Triple G. Do you understand where you are?
Oh, yeah, most definitely.
I'm just making sure. You seem pretty. You
All
need
right.
some water, I think.
I'm in Canada, buddy. Fuck you, buddy. You're my next door neighbor. Salute.
I'm just saying, it
Cool.
seems like you need
My
some
heart
water.
to you. Anyways, yeah, this is a joke. This is a joke.
very good.
Well, is there? That's why. So, is there something you wanted to address, Anonymous? I know you had a few questions there earlier from the
yeah,
chat.
it was just basically exploring, if we're going to say that the Constitution should employ anything that could happen, where does it end? What eventually becomes Americanism if we're going to say anything that could happen inside of a democratic republic, what it could produce, if that creates something and that suddenly becomes American, then where does American end? basically anything becomes American. Because if you can get a plurality to vote something in, then it becomes the rule of the land. So where does it end? Does Americanism just strictly exist inside of what is
It
plurality?
doesn't end.
Sure.
Unfortunately, it never ends. We're just humans. We live and we make
No.
more people.
Right. You are not making good arguments, so I'm going to exclude what you have to say. Jimbob, this is mostly poised at you. If American syllogism is just defined by what we vote into
Mhm.
being,
Yeah.
then where the fuck does Americanism end? Because it could
Exactly.
be anything. It could be
Exactly.
it could be A, it could be B, it could be C.
That's right.
And
That's
all
right.
three could be contrary to each other.
That's right. That's why I think the whole thing, if your paradigm is hold on.
No,
If you're are you asking me a question, or do you need autism medicine, or are you going to ask me a question and let me talk, or you just let me know?
No, you go ahead. You go ahead and
Okay.
try and define
What's your question?
Because this is how you tried to define it earlier.
What's your question, fuckhead?
No, because this is how you tried to define it earlier. So where does it end?
That's not a coherent question. Where does what end? Use a
It's
full
actually
sentence.
Very coherent. Yeah.
Try it again. Do you need a crayons? I'll bring out the crayons.
You want me to bring out the crayons?
Hey, wait, Connor. Where does it end?
Where does Americanism end is what he asked.
Yeah, so it's an incoherent question. I need you to...
Oh, was it that incoherent that you couldn't... You want me to do it
Dude!
Because I'll do it again.
Dude, ask your question again. See if you can do it coherently.
Okay. Americans...
I'm going to lift some weights while we're doing this because it seems
Okay,
like
good.
we're warming up.
Try again.
American syllogism. Okay? American
What?
syllogism.
That's not a sentence. Those are just words. Can you do a sentence? That's how we talk. Sentences.
To define syllogism.
American syllogism, American Eagle Outfitters.
Is A, B, and C.
Is A and B and C in the alphabet.
So,
Bro, ask a coherent, direct question like a grown-ass man, dude. Direct question.
I'm actually...
Anonymous for all my flaws.
Fuck, dude. We deserve to be taken over by Islam.
Yeah, I'm redoing my question just slower. Is all.
Oh, fuck no. Anyways, so Anonymous, like, hey, for all my flaws, like, I appreciate you. You called, bro. You got balls, right? So, for the two debaters of the panel, right? Like, Mr. Redface, what's his name there? Like, obviously know who Jimbob is. Connor. Really? Okay, John Connor. Like, you fucking, I'm going to call it.
It's a first name, but yes.
You guys did a great debate. Like, I'm trying to pay you compliments, right? Is what I'm up to. Right?
Oh, thanks, buddy.
Good.
And Lady Ball sent in $10. He said it's a question that's kind of off topic. Hold up. There's a question kind of off topic, but if anyone wants to answer it, is Islam and Christianity antagonistic towards each other? Is it possible for them to coexist?
No, they can't coexist. No.
Yes,
no, we can't marry
Fuck Islam.
Yes, they can.
Fuck Islam. Fuck Islam.
Fuck you.
Yeah, we're not going to marry our first cousin.
Did you make it? Can you actually form a question yet there, Anonymous?
Do you want me to do it again? Because I'll do it again.
Yeah, try to make a full question. See if you can do it.
Here, I'll do it for you. If American syllogism comes A, B, or C, which one is more American?
That if American syllogism is A, B, or C, which one is American? Is that what you said?
Yep.
That's incoherent. I don't know what your reference are.
Doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. It matters to know what A means, what B means. They could all mean the same thing. You could say, if Americanism is Americanism, 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 which is Americanism? I need to know what your reference is, you fucking dumbass.
My blood bleeds. What color is it?
Literally your argument earlier.
Anonymous. It's too anonymous.
Fucking idiot, dude.
So my blood bleeds, right? What color is it?
Wow.
Anonymous.
All right.
And
listen.
Super N-word.
That
Why?
dude's drunk
I'm
as
just
a
gonna
loser.
say,
Okay.
bro.
Simple question.
Triple G.
appreciate your
Triple G.
appreciation of the
I wanna
debate, but I
tell
think
her-
Triple G. Hold up, dude.
My blood bleeds when there's
Okay, bro, you're gonna have to
Shred.
come back another time when you're not so drunk and coherent. We can't even
Okay.
understand what you're saying tonight.
I wanted to answer the Islam question real quick. Okay.
Yeah.
If you actually look at Christian tolerance or whatever, Christians are capable of tolerating Muslims within like a small population of a shared country, right? And then if you look at Islam, Islam has a order within the people of the book where Islam is supreme, Judaism and Christianity are tolerated, but then they're not as dominant as Islam. And so one of the problems is technically to be a Muslim, you only have to believe in God, the last day, do good works, and believe that Muhammad, is, peace be upon him, is his messenger. That's technically all you have to believe in order to be Muslim. But then if you read the Quran says you have to believe every single passage of the Quran. And the first half is kind of spicy, but you could get some good stuff out of it. The second half of the Quran is super spicy. And so that's kind of where, like, if you are a Muslim who genuinely believes that the world will not know peace until Islam dominates the whole planet, that it's kind of tough. It's kind of tough to.
I'll give my reasoning why it's incompatible. Islam permits explicitly first cousin marriage and reproduction, which creates dysgenic retardation and lowers the smarty pants of the population.
I saw that debate. That was like a horrific debate, but then also the stats on cousin marriage are pretty bad too.
Yeah, so if they just not only accept it, but they actually think it's a good thing, you can't have a Muslim's culture coming into a Christian culture and reproducing dysgenic shit, right? Like some sort of incest situation. Because not only is there a metaphysics to Christian avoiding Christian is incest, but like they also hate. They can lie to us. Like Islam can lie. It justifies lying to the enemy. It can justify lying. It
whole Taqiyya thing. The whole Taqiyya thing. Listen, like individual Muslims can be chill. I love my individual Muslims. But like the Taqiyya thing is for Shia versus Sunni. The Taqiyya thing is not like a just straight Muslim thing. That's like a specific hadith for Shia who are in Sunni majority areas, whether or not they can lie about their faith in order to avoid death.
Well, that's actually another point, Connor, is that they have no normative authority for which hadiths are authoritative and not. So that's
That's not.
That's a
They
problem.
kind of agree on it, but I'll agree that they can disagree on who is correct.
Yeah. Well,
there's no Vatican. There's no
I think
Vatican
it's perfect.
in Islam.
I think it's perfectly fine for Christians to, to whatever means necessary, reject Islam coming to Christian society.
Kind of. It depends how devout you are to that religion, though. I know plenty of normie Islams that fit in our society plenty well. I was on a pool team. I was on a amateur pool team that finished 36th in the nation with 2 Muslims on it.
When did you find out you were autistic?
We.
I mean, we're all in Twitch and YouTube in politics, so we're all on the spectrum.
We're all little there.
I guess last year. But anyway, so
Do you still do Boy Scouts or
no, I did not. But anyway,
when did you stop that?
Damn, bro.
Never started. But anyway, these people are high functioning. They live
Really?
in society. They make a lot of money. They are married.
They make a lot of money. So do
Yeah, no, dude.
But they
So
don't
once again,
espouse fucking insane views. They
Islam doesn't espouse insane views.
no, he's
these
saying
people-
individual Muslims
these
don't
people-
espouse
no,
insane. views.
Individual Muslims who believe in Islam don't espouse insane Muslim views. That doesn't even make sense. Are
Have
they
you ever-
Muslim?
Have you ever met a
Yeah.
normie Muslim?
Have I ever met a
No more insane
normie
than, like,
Muslim?
regular Christians. But
Are they Muslim? Do they believe in Islam or not?
Yes, they do.
Then they espouse crazy views.
No, they do not.
That's
Who cares what they espouse?
Who
He
cares
doesn't
what
know
they
what's inside
espouse?
their mind.
I
He doesn't know what's inside their mind. Who cares what they espouse to him in his
Yeah,
personal
well, that's true.
situation?
That's true too. We don't know what they're
I
thinking.
literally know these people like my brother. I've been to their house.
Who cares what you're dude? Who cares your story, bro?
Yeah, it's just
is
your
this?
story, dude.
Why don't you start a fucking blog, dude, with your pictures of your normie Muslims? No one gives a shit, dude.
I knew a cannibal. He was a great guy.
You know, Jeffrey Dahmer was really good at pool.
I know.
Yeah, he was nice.
I know you all don't want to hear any of this.
You're hearing stories, dude. Are you trans?
Are you trans? Those
That's
arms
not
are
an answer
pretty
to my
tall.
question. Are you?
Those
All
arms-
right, thank you, Patriarch's voice. There's another person in the back named Cold Quest. I've never seen you on before, so could you just throw your cam on, give me a thumbs up, then you can turn it back off to come up. All right, perfect. Thank you.
So I got a question for Jimbob.
What's up?
Okay, in your opening, you said that the Bible was the most referenced. Deuteronomy was the most referenced source by the founders.
Yeah, the writers collectively.
Okay.
The writers.
How many times is Deuteronomy referenced in the Federalist Papers?
I'm not sure.
0.
Okay.
Who is the most referenced source in the Federalist Papers and the anti-Federalist Papers?
I don't know.
You don't know.
No.
It's Montesquieu.
Okay. What's your point?
How many times is the Bible referenced in the Spirit of the Laws?
I'm not sure.
0.
Okay. What's your point?
So you said that the Bible was the most referenced source by the founders.
I didn't say the Bible.
Oh, you said Deuteronomy.
Yeah,
which
yeah.
is found in the Bible. So
That's right.
categorically, the Bible would be if Deuteronomy is the most referenced source, the Bible would be the most referenced source. So
in all of the papers, the average of all of the writings, yes.
the papers, wait, but not the Federalist Papers, because you said you didn't.
Yeah, that's
know,
a
and the answer is 0.
particular. Do you know the difference between an average and a particular thing?
Yeah. So
Cool.
what papers were you citing?
I can't list them all. I just generally
You can't
did
list
research.
them all?
No, why would I list them all?
Well, I mean, typically when people talk about the
Can you
writings
make
of
an
the founders-
argument?
Yeah,
He's saying you're full of
Typically-
shit.
I'm not full of shit. It's true
typically
that
when
the
the founders-
Deuteronomy. It's
when
true
we talk
that
about the
Deuteronomy.
writings of the founders, we talk about like the Federalist
Good.
Papers, the maybe speeches that they gave to the like constitutional conventions, right?
Okay. Yeah, I can do the research for you right now.
No.
I'm just saying it's a general. Dude, you're not even letting me talk.
Okay, speak.
Shut the
No.
fuck up. It's a general statement that there was Deuteronomy references to the way in which you're processing the organization of a justice system, of a society, of laws, and how you're going to organize society.
And where is that
I'm
cited?
Where's what cited?
What you're saying that the Deuteronomy is the foundation for like the government system. The
I'm
judicial
saying it
system,
was
or whatever.
referenced
Like,
a
where's-
lot. I'm just saying
Where?
it was referenced a lot.
Reference a lot where?
Okay, let me look it up while you do
Well,
more
you said the
heavy
writings
breathing.
of the founders. So
Yeah,
you
let
must
me
know.
look it up. Let me
Look
look
it
up
up.
all of the instances in which Deuteronomy
Do
is
it.
referenced. Okay, thanks.
Start with the Federalist Papers, right? Because that's a pretty
Start
good
with the
source.
gym.
Start with the
Damn,
Federalist
bro.
Papers.
What the fuck?
Okay.
So,
Do you have an
while
argument
he's
though?
looking-
Like let's just grant for a second that I can come up with 15 or so references in all of the collective papers from the founding fathers that they're thinking from a Christian lens. That's the
Well,
point. What's the point? Let me grant you
my
for
point-
I'm
okay.
fucking talking. Shut the fuck up.
Jesus. Okay.
You fucking
Chill with
fat fuck.
Damn, bro.
I'm granting you that there's, let's say, 15 references.
Not that fat, man.
Listen, you're not listening. What is that? Milk? What is that? Cow
It's-
milk?
It's water, bro.
Okay, cool.
Do you not know what a thermos is?
Let me grant you that there's a minimal amount of references to Deuteronomy. Can you present an argument or a counter to my overall argument? Yes or no?
No. Well, no. Your argument was. Your argument was that Deuteronomy was the.
That
most
wasn't my
cited-
argument, you stupid fuck.
Whoa.
That's an assertion, you dumb fuck.
Can I not attack one of your
Jim
premises?
Bob, why can you not be nice? Jesus. what's
Shut
wrong
up.
with you, man?
Counterpoints. I'll find you.
I personally
Base-
love you, dude.
I'm in
Base-
Orlando, bitch.
Base getter.
I was going to say.
You
Oh my.
do you understand
You
that
don't know how
me-
to read? Come on, man. You don't know how to
Base-
read that?
base Listen,
You
you're
don't
out of
live in the
breath
South?
already.
You don't
Calm
know what I'm
down.
talking
You're
about.
out of breath.
Okay, I
Hold on a
played
second.
fucking bass
Hold on a
guitar.
second.
Hang on.
Listen. The
Bass
fact that I'm
guitar.
referencing
Bass
peripheral.
guitar.
Unbelievable. This is fucking. Where do these come from? Where do these people come from? Sarah Tomato? What's going on here? Dude, the fact that I reference peripheral references to Deuteronomy wasn't an argument. That's just supporting
wait,
evidence.
you said
Dude,
they
you're
were the
not
most
listening
cited-
again.
You
You're
said
not
they were the
listening.
most
That-
cited
Yeah,
thing.
let Jim Bob finish his point.
You need
Let
fucking
him
donut
finish.
or something?
He's fucking changing his statement.
I just told you in my opener, I referenced supporting documents, right? Generally speaking, to support and buttress the claim that the mindset of the founding fathers were thinking Christian in a Christian sense. They were referencing Christian values. I didn't leave it there, by the way. They used Christian metaphysics. Okay. They use this concept that you have dignity, that humans are endowed, peculiar in all the creatures, endowed with some sort of status, right? This is a Christian ethical paradigm, okay? That was the point. That's not the argument, dude. Bass
So
guitar.
we're moving off of so no
That's-
longer are you saying that Deuteronomy was like the most cited source? That's what you're saying now, right?
Are you saying that Deuteronomy wasn't the most cited book of the Bible in the
Not
founding
the Federalist
Papers?
Papers, or the Constitutional Convention, or
Okay, fine.
the
Let's say it
Anti-Federalist
wasn't. What's your
or
point?
Well,
Great.
I'm saying
Great.
that
It wasn't.
fundamentally
Okay, cool.
disagrees with
Cool.
what
It
you said.
wasn't. Okay, cool. It wasn't.
Okay, good. We agree.
Cool. How does that attack any of the arguments I made during the debate?
So your first point was that Deuteronomy was the most cited source in all the.
I
Federalist
just
writings, and you
conceded
just
it's
said that
wrong.
it's not.
I just conceded it's wrong.
So your first point is wrong.
That's right.
Your
Yeah,
entire
it's wrong.
argument-
What's your
entire foundation
No.
of your argument?
No,
is
that's
wrong.
not the foundation of the argument, you disgusting, despicable fat fuck.
Jesus, bro.
No, fuck this guy. I hate dishonest slime balls like this, dude.
Yeah, but you're just
Fuck
attacking
you.
him for
Fuck
being
all of
fat,
you.
not for
No,
being
no.
dishonest.
Stop.
What the
No,
fuck?
shut. It's not dishonest. If it was incorrect, look, dude.
I asked you
if it's
three fucking questions and you
Dude.
spazzed out.
fat guitar, if it's false, it doesn't. It's not the foundation of the argument, dude. The foundation of the argument bass guitar is this.
Thank
If you
know how
can-
to- so you do know how to say
Dude.
that. Okay.
God, you're just insufferable. I would put you in a cage. So what my argument is a P and not P that I produced in Connor's view, which was simple. It was this. If it's American to change the Constitution, then it can't be un-American to change the Constitution. It's a P and not P.
Well, but that was responding to
What
Connor's
is it?
argument.
What is a
I'm,
P?
I'm asking
Is
about
it
your
penis?
argument.
What are we talking about here?
I was
What are we
gonna
doing?
say-
P. Do you know what P and not P is in logic? What
Yes,
the
I'm
fuck? Where
asking
am
about
I?
your
Where am
argument.
I?
Equation.
You're talking
Okay.
about your debunk of Connor's argument. I'm asking about your argument. Your first
I
premise,
didn't.
you just agreed was
That's
wrong.
not a premise in an argument, you idiot.
I actually want to fight you on the P, not P.
Do you know what our argument is, bass guitar?
Sure.
What are the constituents of an argument?
Premises, typically two premises and then a consequence.
Great. When did I present Deuteronomy as a referenced part of the Bible inside of the writings of the Constitution and the founding documents? Shut up for a second, you dumb fuck.
I'm sorry. I thought you asked a question.
Shut up! Where did I present that as a premise to a structured argument?
In your opening, I assumed that your opening was an opening to a structured argument.
I don't care what you assumed, you idiot. Where did I use?
So your opening wasn't a formal
Where
argument.
did
Okay.
I use?
Thank you.
Deuteronomy? Can you listen? Where did I use Deuteronomy as a premise one in a structured argument?
You said, well, first you said the Bible.
Answer
And
the
then you backed up
question.
the Deuteronomy.
Answer
In
the
your
question.
in your opening statement, you said
Answer
the
my
Bible-
question. What was my question?
your question was where you used it in an argument.
Yeah, where did I
So your
reference
opening statement was not an argument.
Unfucking believable.
So was
where
your opening statement an argument? Yes or no?
opening statements don't need to be arguments, okay?
Okay, so your opening statement wasn't an argument. Okay, then we have no issue.
I included
Your
an
opening statement
argument.
wasn't an argument.
You-
Then
Dude, I will. Do you want to meet and fight me in person? Because I want to fucking fight you right now.
Yeah, in Minecraft he does. In Minecraft,
I will fucking beat you.
Let him finish his point, and then we
Fucking
also have
lifeless body.
Cold Quest, Patriarch's Voice, and Dane
how's it
has
going?
also joined. So
Where the
after
donuts at?
let Jim Bob finish his point, and if someone else wants to chime in here,
I can't.
An
Bob,
opening-
Can I ask what part of the country you live in?
An opening
Me?
statement is a set of background information. It basically sets up the framework of the debate. And if the debate topic is Christian nationalism American, what we're doing is we're framing the argument to say, well, what is American? What's not American? What is Christian? What's not Christian? This is explanatory. The argument comes in when you can present a defeater. And the argument I presented was simple, is that participating in America in the political system is the transposing of your ethical ideals into law. That was my premise. To be an American and to be active in the system is to transpose your ethical ideals into law. And the question is whether or not doing that is American or not. I say it is, because changing the Constitution is American. So if you change the Constitution, P, is it American to change the Constitution? It is. Is it American to change the Constitution to, let's say, remove the right to vote for women? It is. It is. So the whole point is, it's Connor's positive position to say there's a threshold at which it becomes un-American. He failed to do that, and I used the P not P to demonstrate his failure to do that. That was my argument against the positive claim. My positive claim wasn't in the opener saying, well, they used Deuteronomy. It's true. They used Deuteronomy in multiple
That's false.
places.
We determined that's
No,
false.
dude, it's not false that they used Deuteronomy.
Where in the Federalist Papers do they say?
I didn't say the Federalist Papers, you
Where,
fuckhead.
then where?
Unbelievable.
Then where?
It's just unbelievable.
You hate liberalism because it led us to Mamdani in North.
That's not an argument, you dumb shit.
Right. That's why you.
That's assuming intent.
Leading
It's
us
useless
down
and meaningless. You guys don't deserve anything.
leading us down this pipeline, right?
That's not an argument.
Why?
Can somebody?
Because arguments require premises and conclusions.
Yeah, but
You don't like liberalism because Mandami. You don't like it. You don't like liberalism because Mandami. What do you need?
Well,
fucking help getting in the bathtub?
Do you like the fact that a Muslim socialist is in charge of a major American city?
What I like is irrelevant to the topic of the debate.
I don't think we're having a debate. I think we're having a shit show panel right now.
It is a shit show panel, I'll give you that. No, I don't like Muslims, and I don't like Muslim theology, and I don't think it's a good thing for New York City or Dearborn, Michigan. I don't think it's a good thing for feminists.
What do you think
to
about
use
Abraham?
I'm fucking talking, you dipshit.
Damn, bro.
Come on.
Who the
you've been
fuck are
talking
you?
a lot, man.
Who are you? Who are you?
What if I agreed
Who
with
am I? I'm bass guitar, motherfucker.
What if I wasn't the liberal cuck you think I am, and I agreed with you?
I don't care what you think, dude. You're an anonymous spurg. You're a maggot.
I am. Welcome.
No one cares what you think. Why do I care what you think? You don't even show your face.
Nobody cares what any of us think, bro.
Wow. So why are you on a fucking panel then?
Apparently, showing your face doesn't make that much of a difference in Moose, so don't feel too bad.
I don't have a.
They'll just call you fat.
I actually don't care. I've been lifting for 6 years. I don't care. I would show my face.
Wow, you've been lifting for 16 years. Amazing.
Six. I don't care to show my face. I don't. I just don't have a webcam. Sorry.
What are we talking about?
All right,
here?
does Cold Quest, Patriarch's Voice, you guys have something based on the topic here?
Yeah.
No.
Can I ask you?
Oh, you're robot and
counterpoints
hard, Cold
that,
Quest.
said that.
You're or whoever
Can
was
you
just
hear me better?
talking.
Is that better? Or
Yeah, right now it's better. Yes.
is this better?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Counterpoint said that Christianity would be gone in 10 years, 1,000 years, whatever. I guess I would make the argument that Christianity obviously is true. It's coherent. It is the truest worldview, and it would have to be replaced with a truer worldview. So from his position, what would be a more coherent worldview that would replace Christianity?
There's a concept that I subscribe to. It's perennialism. It basically says that humanity is a flawed species, that we ultimately are biological, that understanding the nature of God is difficult, and that effectively what's true in ancient times as far as moral observations, what's true now and what's true in the future will be true. And it kind of doesn't really matter what humanity believes. So I kind of subscribe to perennialism. But I just hold on. I just want to talk about Christianity real quick. Okay. So Christianity makes a presumption that effectively, and we could debate evolution another time, but arguably the planet has been around for millions, if not billions of years. Modern humanity has been around for an estimated 200,000 years. And yet God saw it fit to communicate specifically with humanity at this very specific point in time. And then your salvation is dependent on whether or not you are aware of this theology.
Right, but that's just an argument from
a lot of
incredulity.
sense.
That's a fallacy. That's just because you don't believe that it's so doesn't make it so. What I would say is, again, Christianity has an objective standard of moral ought, where from your worldview, where is your objective standard for why ought we do things that are true?
What the fuck does God instantiating himself as a divine being at a specific place in history have anything to do with my or your prescriptions about reality? These things are not
you're making
connected in the
prescriptions
fucking
on
slightest.
reality. I would say, how do you substantiate your prescriptions for reality? Why ought we do things that are true?
Observation.
Yeah, observation.
And weirdly
doesn't
enough,
lead to
you
a
do
conclusion.
the same thing. You have observed reality. You believe
How does
Christianity
an observation?
to be true.
How does an observation, a description, lead to a prescription?
Because you can observe consequences of biological behavior.
We're human.
How does a
Medicine
consequence?
works. We observe things over time. We figure out things that work, things that don't.
Again,
You guys don't understand what he's asking. You're violating Hume, right? You're just running into Hume's guillotine. He's asking you, how do you get an ought from an is? And you said we observe the is more, and then we make an ought. He's asking how, and you say we do it. That's all you're doing.
Well,
No,
honestly,
the longer the description,
and then we
the more
observe, and then we
Fucking idiots. man.
real quick. The ought is gap has always frustrated the shit out of me, because so ought is. So let's go with is. Okay. Describe to me well, actually, should I be describing an is? Let's say it is true that if you do heroin, you are more likely to die early. Is that a descriptive fact about reality? Is that an is?
statistically, I would say that.
Sure.
Okay.
I would ask you why.
I am a
ought we live?
biological, that both emotionally, logically, thoughtfully, I am a biological being. I am interested in my own perpetuation and health. I should not do heroin. So
Okay.
That's a conditional. That's a conditional.
For me,
You're
I feel like I
introducing-
just jumped the ought is gap, but I keep getting told by philosophy bros
Counterpoints.
that I didn't.
Counterpoints. You just introduce an if, which is a conditional. We're not talking about conditionals. You have a bigger problem here. Counterpoints is
if true.
Wait. Why ought we accurately describe things? That's a bigger question right there.
Because I mean, it offers utility.
Okay, why ought we? Are you saying we ought to pursue utility?
Yes.
Okay, why ought we pursue utility?
Why shouldn't we pursue utility?
Because
That's not.
because
Dude,
I am
the
not
fuck up.
arbitrary.
Hold on, real quick. I'm trying to answer these questions as best I can. I'm sure it's like philosophy, bro, 101 in your area, but it's not my.
That's fine. No, we're being patient. You're getting interrupted by other Spurgs, not us.
Well,
Okay,
actually, even more specific. Hold on. You said you observed nature and all this stuff. How does observing nature and coming to this idea of human civilization and all this history that you can, I'll grant you all of that history. how does that history prescribe you rights or laws or moral oughts? How do you get that from fossils or whatever?
Yeah, so what I would say is by observing this really long history, it seems to me that biological beings seem to have, and especially humans, seem to have like two primary drives. One of them is replication and perpetuation, and the other one is in order to complexify. And it seems like human beings, particularly down our biological tree, we like complexity. We enjoy complexity. It's part of our biological drive. And so I want to continue to fulfill that purpose as maximally as possible.
Wait, is there
So
purpose in evolution?
Yeah.
That's you're introducing purpose, okay? So you believe that a long unguided process produced your brain, right?
I don't make a supposition about whether or not it's guided or unguided, but yeah,
Okay.
I think that the evolution is explanatory for a lot of biology.
Okay, the problem here.
Hold on,
and
is
I
more
don't know if-
complex good? Sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, not
You go
necessarily.
ahead.
Okay, so ought we be more complex or ought we revert to simplicity?
I think on the human biological tree, complexity has aided us a lot. But just as an example, like a horseshoe crab hasn't evolved in like 3 billion years or some shit, and they're not interested in evolving. They think they're perfect as they are. They're God's perfect creature.
Okay, so if I made the argument that we should, become transhuman and, become even more complex, ought we do that? Ought we merge ourselves with machines, even if that means losing our humanity?
I think that's going to come. Like, I think that excuse me, the risk of losing what makes humans special freaks me the fuck out when you're talking about transhumanism.
Okay, but why
I
ought we
think
not
that like
lose
trying
humanity?
to as an example. So loud.
Hey, mute yourself while you're not talking, dude. You got
Especially
Darth
when you're
Vader
tapping,
breath
bro.
over
What the
here.
So, okay, so for instance, like digitizing human consciousness as an example. If we were able to perfectly replicate an artificial intelligence and put it in like a synthetic robot body, and it was able to act as a human, I would still think that that's lights and clockwork. I do not think that that would be the same as a biological being. And so for me, like jumping into that gap, I think that transhumanism is probably ultimately a fool's errand, where the immortality that transhumanists are looking for, we're never going to achieve it. You are ultimately going to have to make
So
peace
just
with
going
that.
back to what I brought up earlier is, okay, so what worldview replaces, because again, Christianity has moral oughts. Why ought we value human life? It seems like you value human life more than you value robot lives or whatever. It has an imperative for why knowledge is possible. It gives us morals. We have a structure for authority. What worldview is more coherent than that?
Logos. The perpetual pursuit of logos. So
okay, how does that
He's so
give you-
close. He's so
Sure.
close.
There's actually this new idea in consciousness because consciousness is so unknown. And
Wow, that's deep, bro.
shut up. There's
It's
so
not
little
that
stuff.
unknown. I mean,
so rude, Jimbob.
It's like
so
conscious just is like so unknown and stuff.
No, it actually is.
You write that on your Trapper Keeper?
Damn, bro.
Yeah, fuck you. Fuck
we
these
do know
guys.
that it occurs in the brain, right?
I'm still looking for the donuts. Where the donuts at?
There's a
This is stored in
couple
the balls.
schools of thought around consciousness. One is a collection of atoms that makes consciousness, but then why don't we see it in randomized patterns in nature where those patterns exist? Do those create new forms of consciousness? And then the idea that warps outside of, if it's not just the matter that makes up the consciousness, if there's something else there, that actually rocks experience consciousness. We are just a more complex version of rocks.
I want to throw a consciousness at your head.
Hang on.
Yeah, so are you saying that a chair, hold on, can a chair make a truth statement?
Just think about this for a second.
No, I understand what you're saying. Can a chair make a truth statement? I understand what you're saying.
The Eiffel Tower is much more complex than a rock that sits on.
It was made by a fucking dude.
Right. So are you like a super chair? Are you like a super Eiffel Tower? Is that all you are?
basically consciousness can exist in multiple forms. That we are a complex.
How do you know that?
Do you think there's a chair out there that's
You
so
observe that?
complex?
Bro,
that
just
can
ask him.
think?
Just ask him after everything he says. How do you know that? It's hilarious.
We don't know is the thing.
You're just saying shit you don't know.
Do
Well,
we know
you're
that we
waste
don't
of our
know?
time, bro.
That's really deep.
It would seem like that would be a faith statement, then, wouldn't it?
Oh, hell
You
yeah.
guys are fucking
Religion.
super rude.
Why
Religion-
ought we value a human more
Religion
than
is
a
a
synthetic
complex
robot?
statement of faith. Religion is just a complex statement of faith. It's saying I believe God is real.
What you're saying, what you're claiming is based on faith as well. Like Counterpoint up there saying he looks at he watches he observes, he says, the historical record. How the hell do you do that? I mean, does he have a Mr. Peabody Wayback Machine to observe the record? No, he's going on the writings and records and verbal records of people in the past, which is a very little different than what Jimbob and I do.
Oh, I think that's very much
Well,
bullshit.
of course you do, because you think you're smart, but
I'm pretty
but
smart.
you can't defend a claim that you're supposed you believe in 200,000 years of human history and existence, but you find it difficult to believe that God would pick men to reveal himself to. Come on, man. Ray Charles can see that's stupid.
Can he?
Also, I would have to ask Counterpoint, does he believe that God only interacted with men once?
God is a timeless being.
No.
He chose right now to interact with us.
Is that a
No,
question?
Sorry, I wanted to answer that question. Do I believe that God interacted with humanity only once? No, I've experienced what some people would call like a religious experience or a divine experience.
I thought I heard you say earlier that God chose one specific moment in time to interact with humanity, and I was wondering if you were referencing Christ in that point.
Yeah, I was referencing Christ.
Okay, so do you know that God spoke to Moses some years before Jesus? In fact, about 1,400 years before Jesus. Prior to Jesus, prior to Moses and giving him the covenant, he spoke to Abraham and established a covenant with Abraham. And prior to
Joseph
Abraham,
Smith.
he is. Oh, don't get me started on that guy.
Thank you, whoever said that. Fucking
Don't forget
smart ass.
C.T. Russell, Jim Bob. Don't forget old Charles T. Russell.
Yeah.
But yes, and then
No,
prior
okay,
to
but hold on,
Abraham
guys.
was
Guys,
Noah, so-
I'm not a fedora. Okay, so I
Yeah,
don't
I
want you
was
guys to
just,
think I'm a fucking fedora. All right.
No, I was just
But-
making sure that we were classifying or clarifying that in Christian theology, God interacted with man more than just once.
Sure. Okay,
Cool.
but
Well, also,
what
hold on. Back when you said logos and stuff, it actually seems like Christianity would be way more coherent to have a lot of people to understand the theology, authority structure for tons of people. I mean, Orthodox Christianity in general already proves that point. Your worldview, like not a lot. Like, how would you even explain that to somebody simply to where they can follow it? It seems like Christianity,
I
again,
wouldn't.
is way more likely, just from a secular perspective, to be a worldview that is dominated in the world.
Well, number one, I would think that you're kind of appealing to popularity, which is not exactly how we arrive at what is real or what is true. And then what I would additionally
I'm not appealing to
say
popularity.
is that, hold on,
The claim is that it is. Well, the claim is.
You asked
Sure.
a
Hold
One
up.
second.
Let counterpoints finish and then answer.
I would like an opportunity to finish the concept. So, if you guys sincerely believe that Christianity and Jesus Christ interacted with effectively the Godhead, the creator, the beginning and the end, the wellspring of everything, then trying to understand God from my perspective as a human being is the equivalent of probably a bacteria trying to understand a human. And so you saying confidently, "Oh, I understand the nature of God."
Yeah, it's really
I think
easy.
it's
It is
bullshit.
Father, Son, Holy
again,
Spirit, three persons, one God. Timeless and
That's an
eternal.
argument from incredulity. So I'm not even making the claim that God is real. I'm not even making that claim.
Oh, you
likely
robot, and you cut out
and
there. Cold Quest, you cut out there.
Can you hear me a little better?
Oh, now you're coming back in.
I can hear you okay.
I'm just making the argument that Christianity is way more likely and coherent compared to any other worldview.
Why?
Putting aside the belief in God. I mean, it is so. It has a structure of morals, it has an authority structure, and it has an explanation for why we ought to do things. And what other worldview can you bring forward that has everything
Buddhism
laid out
has
this
all those
way?
things. Sikhism has all those things. Islam has all those things.
It's all.
Yo, I'm happy to bring it
My
back.
reception's a little bad.
Well,
So
I have a question for Connor, and then not to change the subject too much, we can go back and talk about sentient chairs and all that after I get done with this. But
Happy to talk about sentient chairs.
Connor, in the debate, we kind of talked about kind of changing the Constitution and things like that. I don't know what your thoughts are on Dearborn, Michigan, but I'm curious. Let's just assume for a moment that the Muslims in Dearborn are not the benevolent type that the progressives would have us believe. Let's say they have nefarious ideas in mind, and eventually that state becomes a Muslim state. In your paradigm, how would you? What path forward would you use to stop that or stem that tide?
Well, number one, for stemming the tide, my Muslim friends wouldn't like me saying this, but I overall do think that like immigration from the Middle East and North Africa should be limited, pretty strictly. Now that being said, when you're asking like, well, what do we already have this Somali, Lebanese, multiple area population, and maybe they're all undercover Islamists and jihadists. Okay, well, I would say that ship has kind of sailed as far as like birthright citizenship goes. Like it's just done. And so at that point, you just have to prosecute for crimes. So effectively, if somebody engages in jihadism, if they engage in insurrection, if they engage in this, if they engage in that, you're going to have to do counter-terrorist operations.
But what happens if they get enough power where those laws are not crimes anymore? Those aren't crimes anymore.
What's that?
What if they get enough power to where those they put laws in place where that's not against the law anymore?
Before you answer that, I have a question. How many people here attended public school?
Sharia law. I'm asking. I don't care about that. I'm asking Connor a question. Can you expand on that?
Well, okay, yeah. So, for instance, like there's elements of Sharia that you probably wouldn't like, or maybe you would. I don't know. Like
no, I don't like any of it.
Well, wait, you don't like female moderation laws?
Not to what they go for. No, not putting people in burqas. No, I don't think that. I don't want my women walk around in beekeeper outfits necessarily. No, I think that's kind of weird.
I don't know, Mo. I know some women I've seen around Walmart that could really use a burqa.
Yeah, I don't know, man. They put those burqas on, all you see are their eyes. You don't know what you're getting, man. You know, you take the burqa off, you got a tragedy on your hands. But anyway.
Okay, so sorry, memes aside. So for instance, like I would agree with you, just because I'm probably more liberal than half the people here, that compelled burqas would be not my ideal, right? But then what I would say is that there's other stuff, like, so for instance, divorce. In reference to divorce, Sharia law actually says that you are supposed to, especially if it's like a female initiated divorce, a female can only initiate a divorce within certain things like physical abuse or infidelity or that kind of shit, right? And then it also argues that effectively, like, there is a trial period of separation where a woman and a man, if they decide that divorce is right, they have to do like a 3-month or 6-month period. I forget what it is. So for me, like Sharia in that reference, it's not necessarily nefarious, particularly if both parties voluntarily decide to abide by it. So if some like court in like, let's say that two Muslims go to like the local courthouse and they say, hey, we're getting divorced, but we actually want our civil dispute to be resolved via Sharia. Here are the outlines for it. I don't have a fucking problem with that as long as it's voluntary.
Okay, so talking about Sharia law, what do you think about the jizya? Because I know about 5 of us up here that'd be forced to pay the jizya.
That non-Muslims have to pay?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that's constitutional.
But
in the
not,
United States of
not
America.
only,
I
not
don't think that
only,
would ever
not
be
only do
enforceable
we,
within the United States.
not only will we have to pay a certain tax just to be Christian and just to exist as Christian, under Sharia law, we are not allowed to practice our religion openly and freely. This is contrary to our founding principles here in the United States. Am I wrong?
Yeah. So if it's not constitutional, then it would be prohibited.
So another question: can you separate Islam from Sharia? Can you secularize Sharia?
Well, I argue that you can. Some people argue that you can't. The reason why I would argue that you can, because once again, like being Muslim actually has like a really low barrier to entry. The barrier to entry is, once again, it's like believe in God, the last day,
below
do
80
good
IQ.
works, and then believe that Muhammad is God's messenger. That's like the entirety of.
All right, but going
There's-
back to my
there's far
hypothetical,
more than three
I said
caveats
we're
to
assuming they're
Islam.
not the benevolent types, right? Let's assume they have nefarious
Well, then they're
means. Like
2.4% of the population.
no,
Like,
but if they
you
take
expect
over
them to take
Michigan
over the
and they make
United
it an
States?
Islamic state, then under your paradigm,
Hey,
how do you stop
Sir,
that?
I'm sorry to interrupt. Speakeasy, can you just bring up my comment there? I finally found the reference for bass guitar, the study that shows that out of
Finally?
15,000.
Oh my God.
Which
15,000
one?
well,
Sorry,
You have that in your notes?
it's in the. Don't we have share a chat? Do we
Yeah,
share a
yeah.
chat? I just put it in there. Donald Lutz, Charles Heinen study, 15,000 writings, 34%.
Yeah, I know.
right
And
here.
like
15,000.
97% of those were like Christian sermons, not anything related to the.
Why to move the goalpost, bro?
Do you know our first president was a clergyman?
It's just amazing, this guy.
Okay, answering that guy's question though, if there was a
Maybe come on.
hostile takeover of Minnesota, then of course you would just do.
No, not hostile. No, that's not how that's not how they work. They the Muslims, they move in and they take their time and they spread. You can look at the Crusades and how that happened. The Crusaders were constantly like beating the heck out of these guys. Then they would parlay and then they would act like they were gonna be benevolent. And then as soon as the first chance they got, they'd stab them in the back or go back on everything they said.
Yeah.
This is a constant.
Wait, so okay, so hold on. Even though Muslims are exclusively 2.4% of the population, you're worried that they're going to become a majority demographic within the state of Michigan. Then once they become a majority of the state of Michigan, they'll benevolently vote in Sharia law, and it'll be effectively like a Muslim state with a majority.
I'm
Muslim
saying
state
by
in
your
the United
own
States.
things you list in the debate, even if they go from the state level and then they just keep spreading, what's to stop them from going to the government level and change the Constitution?
Yep.
How are you going to
I would
stop
say
this?
probably the fact that they're 2.4% of the population.
Right now, do you know how
What happened to London? 40
yeah,
years.
yeah.
So,
40 years.
Well, for fertility rates, almost all fertility
Dude, they fuck their cousins. They can breed like crazy, so they don't have to worry about it. They can just
Look,
go right there and then they breed like rabbits.
The argument that they're only a
trying
minority,
to-
the argument that they're
trying
only
to-
a
No, I
minority
got a
in the
question.
population is really ignoring the history, because these small violent minorities have taken over many countries. The Islamic Revolution in Iran, the people in Germany, the mustache people. I mean, to say that's just a really stupid argument in favor of ignoring the dangers when you say, well, they're only 2.something% of the people.
It's suicidal
2.something%
empathy.
of the population
How many-
with
how
enough
many
guns and
jihadists-
violent
okay,
tendencies
number
can take
one.
over the country.
Number one,
And that's
I'm a
what we call
product of
empirical
9/11 in
data.
2001, so
I don't even know what that means. What do you mean?
9/11 2001 happened when I was a teenager, and I joined the military and deployed in the military.
That's
And that means
anti-Semitic.
what? And that means what, to my point, that
Cool it with the
That
anti-Semitic
means
remarks.
that I
that's
am
a violent
pretty-
majority.
pretty
Violent majorities have
familiar.
taken over many countries.
You asked me a question. I am pretty familiar with jihadist terrorism. Okay, pretty familiar.
I really can't tell it. I really
Are you
can't tell it.
familiar with what happened to
Well,
I mean, I've been
You
in
might
the
be
hospital for-
familiar with it, but you don't know how it
Yeah.
sneaks in.
How
I'm
about
asking.
Nigeria
I'm
right now?
asking you. Have you studied the histories of people like the Islamic Revolution, the Nazis in Germany? I mean,
Yes.
throughout history, it's been the small minorities who were violent and dedicated enough that they take over societies. think about what we just went through 2019 to what 2022 with the whole jab thing, right? When the government came out and said, shut down your businesses, don't go to work, don't go see grandma in the hospital, don't have birthdays and weddings. And what did most American people do? Look at their damn feet. So do you think when the Islamists stand up with their guns and they're riding down the road in their pickup trucks, shooty in the air, do you think the majority of Americans are going to risk their life when they wouldn't even risk their credit report? You got to be kidding me, man.
Are you serious?
If jihadists are riding down the street shooting off in the air, man, people are going to call the cops.
I think.
What are the cops going to do? They were the ones
military-
arresting people on the beach who were just trying to surf. The cops were the ones arresting them.
Yeah,
Come on, man. Did you watch the news?
You want an answer, or do you just want to yap out there?
I was responding to Tubby Boy down there. The only reason I wanted to come on panel to start with is so that he wouldn't be the fattest guy here.
Driving down the street, shooting off some like automatic weapons in the air. They're not.
Yeah,
gonna,
I think the American military and American law enforcement can handle the jihadists
until the left gets out there and protests against them for violating.
Until the police are the jihadists. What are you talking about?
the left that defends gun rights.
Could you address my point, though? Can you address my point, counterpoint? Can you address my point that historically speaking, all revolutions begin and end with a very violent, very small minority in a culture, and the mass of the society looks at their feet because they don't want to die.
Okay,
Americans don't even want to be uncomfortable.
Hold on, stop. All right, you asked a question. I'm getting annoyed. I'm going to answer your question.
I don't care if you're getting annoyed, man. You can suck it up and answer it, man, and grow a real beard.
Hey, Counterpoint's beard is fucking badass.
Yourself. So, anyways,
That's fucking.
Number one.
Why don't you get a room with him, base?
If you go to the
Jeez.
history of everybody, shut the fuck up. If you go to the history of Nazi Germany, no, okay, yeah, the militants might have been a minority, but the Nazi Party had broad popular support. If you go to
That's
the
not
Iranian
true.
Revolution, shut up. You asked a question, I'm going to answer it.
I'm just
When you go
pointing
to
out that
Iran,
that's not
shut
true.
up. Shut up.
Or
When you
what?
go to Iran,
Or what? You
when
gonna
go to
cry?
the Iranian shut the fuck up.
That
Shut
sounded
up.
real manly.
You asked the question. Shut the fuck
Let,
up.
let him finish. Let him
Say
finish.
it from your ovaries, counterpoint. Say it from your uterus.
Hey, let him finish.
Ohio.
Let him
They
finish.
give you a fucking titty twister the likes of
That's
which
a
you've
stream
never
deck
had
asset.
before. Okay, shut the fuck up. So, anyways, when it comes to the Iranian Revolution, there were plenty of anti-Shah forces, but the most militant of them were the jihadists. So they co-opted and started gunning down the pro-democratic forces, which is how they took over. So no, I reject fundamentally that 1 to 2% or 2.4% of the fucking American population can overthrow the entirety of the United States when we have 400 million guns. The Oath Keepers, a militia organization, is probably bigger than the population of fucking Muslims in the United States. So you guys are effectively the people during World War II who are freaked out about every person of Japanese descent, when realistically, a majority of the fucking Japanese Americans didn't do shit. They didn't have anything to do with Imperial Japan, but you still freaked the fuck out and sent them to internment camps.
Notice how he's framing. Notice how he's framing the question as a small minority versus the U.S. We're not talking about that.
What percentage of the Iranian population conducted the Islamic Revolution? What percentage did the Islamic revolutionaries comprise in Iran with the revolution? What percentage did they make up?
I don't know. Do you know?
Then shut the fuck up telling me it wasn't a violent minority.
You don't know either, retard.
I don't claim to know. I know that it was a violent minority.
I know that it was
overhauled the
minority.
Iranian culture.
I know that it was a
Wait.
minority.
Counterpoints. I just want to ask you: isn't the government the violent minority now?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
that demonstrates Dane Snyder's point that it's totally likely and possible for a violent minority to not only take over things, but also to maintain the forceful organization and control of a massive majority. Like you said, Dane said,
my belief is that 330 million Americans armed with 400 millions of guns and 1 trillion rounds of ammo could easily destroy the federal
But we're
government.
not even talking about that. We're talking about them using the legal system to go through the government and slowly replace people with people that agree with them.
2 weeks to flatten the curve lasted 4 years. Or 3
If you think
years.
that's not possible, then how do we get Dearborn, Michigan?
Also, how do we get it so it's totally
How do we
legal
get
to
Dearborn,
steal?
Michigan? Hold on, I want to answer that question real quick.
Dearborn, Michigan
Christian
is
missionaries,
Christian
missionaries in the 1980s felt bad for Somalis because Somalia was going through one of the worst civil wars in history that killed hundreds of thousands of people. And so as a result, due to Christian charity, they reached out to the communities in Somalia and sponsored them to immigrate to the United States. That's how you got.
Is that a good thing?
Dearborn.
So
Michigan.
suicidal empathy, like you're.
Is that a good thing or
right
a bad thing?
I don't know. I'm chill with Muslims.
You're chill with Muslims.
Chills with Muslim.
Yes. Not every single Muslim is a fucking jihadist.
Mo,
You guys should go meet some fucking Muslims.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. I could hear somebody say, "Can you hear me?"
Oh yeah, that's me.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead. What do you guys say?
We're all waiting.
Cool,
Here's
yeah,
with some
quite entertaining.
profound logic.
But yeah, the whole idea. I mean, I was going to bring it more towards psychological warfare is almost the more prevalent kind of war that we're going through, and I think we were. Because you made the point that there's however many trillion rounds of ammunition or anything like that, right? But the real danger is the propaganda and basically that type of psychological warfare. And we're already seeing it around everywhere, right? I mean, from, feminism, from like all these things that kind of rally people against the kind of oppressed mentality, right? And that's essentially how you're going to break through into a society. And, you have all these strong people that can defend themselves and are willing to stand up. But I mean, when you have that really strong propaganda, I mean, I think we've seen time and time again, that's how, that all can come crumbling down.
Yeah, but okay, but my frustration with you guys is the fact that, like, for instance, somebody was bringing up like COVID or whatever. I don't even want to debate COVID because the amount of stupid shit that we would need to go through in order to fucking have that conversation, we would all want to kill ourselves by the fucking end of it. But the truth is, 1.1 million excess deaths happened between 2020 and 2022. And if you got the fucking vaccine, you were less likely to die by a factor of several hundred. And yet, I'm supposed to pretend that you guys know what the fuck you're talking about. You guys don't know
how much more likely are young people to, do the sewer slide when they're, locked and isolated in their homes and unable to?
That has nothing to do with what the fuck I said.
I had a friend that died of cardiac arrest in 2020.
So how do you think the other side of it was affected? The amount of people whose lives were destroyed, young people who didn't learn how to live normal lives, and the amount of
I'm sorry COVID gave you autism. COVID's been over for 3 years. It's time for you to grow the fuck up.
You're time for you to grow the fuck up and not care about all the young people that literally couldn't take life anymore. And we're worried about freaking old, obese, sick people.
Okay,
like obviously
if
everyone
getting
is
locked
valuable,
inside with air conditioning and video games made you commit suicide, you weren't gonna fucking make it. Okay.
Yeah. Now check this
so
out.
every single person who was just playing video games who did that.
Does anyone remember the polio vaccine? Oh yeah, I don't, because we didn't have to live through that.
What? The polio vaccine? You mean that caused a polio outbreak in the Sudan? Are you talking about that one, or?
Do you guys know what vaccines are?
Which ones?
Do you know that most vaccines
traditional ones or mRNA? Which one?
Let's go with traditional ones. Do you know what traditional?
Yeah, it's cow pus.
Do you oppose the J&J vaccine?
Do you know the theory behind traditional vaccines?
Is it a theory, or are we just injecting ourselves with a theory? Or
yes, okay,
cool.
Do you know the theory behind vaccines? Don't be cute. Just answer the question. What's the theory behind vaccines?
The theory is if you inject yourself with a tad bit of something that's an invader, your body will be jolted into fighting it. But that also happens if you actually get the fucking thing, and most of the time we can fight the thing.
Okay, no shit. So what's the mortality rate between people who get the thing versus
people
who take the vaccine?
You don't know, actually.
Actually, I'm pretty sure they've done.
No, they don't. No, they've never done. No, they have not done that
showed
study.
That the people who didn't get vaccinated were about like 300 times more likely to die than the people.
That's actually wrong.
Vaccine.
Well,
No,
with
that's
the
totally
COVID
wrong.
vaccine?
Could I just like Google this and pull it up? Why the fuck am I going to trust Jimbob, the guy in a sleeveless T-shirt who started lifting weights 6 months ago,
The guy who
compared to the
took
fucking
30 minutes
CDC,
to
who's
figure out
some
the
lab
COVID.
coat fucking nerd that spent his entire life studying disease? Why would I trust you over the CDC?
They don't study disease. They study models, you dipshit.
It's not like they
Models
censored
of
conservatives
what,
for
Jimbob?
years
Theory of
trying to
gravity?
question anything regarding the shot or, you know.
Models aren't science, dude.
Do you believe in the globe
What do
model?
you think science does, Jimbob?
Oh, do you want to have a debate with science? Let's do a one-on-one right now about science. I dare you.
Hey, Jimbob, do you believe in
Okay,
the globe
what do you
model?
think? What do you think models are? Models of what?
A model is not. A model is not.
Hold up, let them have a back and forth.
A model is not a substitute for an experiment.
Okay, and
if you want to do science, you have to do an experiment. So if you're going to make claims about what causes things, that's a causal claim in natural science, which requires an experiment, not a model.
Okay, so if we're talking,
okay, what do you agree with what I just said or not?
Probably not. I think there's probably a bunch.
You
of ways
don't
to do
agree.
science.
What did I just say then?
I think that you said that in order to do science, you have to do experiments, but realistically, they're just studying models.
And models are not a substitute for experiments.
Okay,
But it's different whenever
sure.
there's a novel thing that's happened.
In an ideal world,
Hold
in an
up,
ideal
Anonymous. Let
world-
them have a one-on-one here.
In an ideal world, we would take 100,000 Americans and we would let them get a straight shot. They would snort a line of COVID-19, and we would take 100 Americans and we would give them the fucking.
You would need to isolate COVID-19.
The 5G whatever shot.
Yeah, dude. Wait. No, wait, right
and then
there.
we would
wait,
see who
stop.
had the better result.
Wait right there. I agree with you. Did they isolate the thing so you can inject it into people or not?
No, I think it's like mixed with.
Yeah, exactly. They never isolated the thing you're calling the cause, right? So you can't actually inject people with the isolated variable. That would be doing proper science. They didn't do proper science.
When Trump did the
compared to what?
Compared to
vaccines,
what?
Typically, you do a post hoc. But
Dude, what you do with proper science is you say X is causing Y, okay? In order to determine whether X is causing Y, you first of all need to isolate X and be able to use it and put it into a situation and remove it from the situation. It's the only way to do science, to make causal claims of phenomenon. So what I'm saying is that you don't have that. You don't have that.
Okay, but what I have, which I think that you'll say it's not good enough, but what we do have is we have 1.1 million excess deaths between 2020 and 2022.
Cool. Can I account for those real quick?
I hope you don't say gunshots.
No, I won't. So if you have a bunch of people that would ordinarily be able to go to the hospital and not die, would you agree that would avoid death? If they're able to go to the hospital.
Sorry, what? If they could
If
normally
you have
go to the
a normal
hospital-
situation where you have full capacity,
25%
dude, let me talk, dude.
No,
if you have
I kind of want to hear it because I actually genuinely do not think Jimbob is stupid. I don't think he's stupid.
Okay, thank you. So if you have all the hospitals open to full capacity, does it follow that it's likely that you'll be able to avoid a lot of deaths?
Hospitals are at full capacity. Will you be able to avoid a lot?
I mean, full capacity of service. I mean, like full people serving people.
Sure.
like
if you're saying that we limited access to hospitals, that might have caused additional deaths.
No, it would necessarily be so that you would have to account for a certain number if you were to remove, limit the capacity to the hospital and all of its services. You would actually get a spike in excess deaths because the normal deaths would otherwise be maybe saved or tended to. And this isn't even accounting just for direct response to likely death. This is long-term as well, like 3 to 6 months tending to people who have sicknesses, morbid situations. You would be able to maintain their health over the course of between 1 month and maybe 9 months. We're talking about massive restrictions and limitations on the ability to give people services. Why would that be a surprise to you if they did that? Top-down authoritarianism. Why would it be a surprise to you that that would increase the amount of deaths?
It doesn't, but 1.1 million is a fuckload.
Well, a fuckload is fine to say, but is it outside of the bounds of what you would expect.
Yeah, 1 point. Okay.
How do you know that?
If you were saying like, and sorry, I'm really not trying to straw man. I'm trying to understand you as maximally as possible. Okay. So let's say somebody has diabetes, type 1 diabetes or whatever, and they typically get it treated through the hospital. And as a result, they normally go to the hospital, but because of COVID restrictions, travel restrictions, and all that kind of stuff, they avoid the hospital as maximally as possible. They accidentally injure or kill themselves due to lack of access. And then we have correlated disease, I don't know, heart disease, heart attack, strokes, whatever, where similarly their lack of capacity, their lack of ability to go to a hospital in normal conditions makes it so that they die. If I was being charitable, I think that could be thousands, tens of thousands, shit, maybe even 50,000, 100,000. However, that to me, that is not explicable of one.
How did you determine that number?
Million.
No, hold on.
How did I determine that number? Because people still had access to medical services.
No, dude. How did you
just limited access to medical services?
Counterpoints. How did you just come up with the number 50,000 as your number?
Because that's a number that I wouldn't be surprised by. You think it's one? No. You guys are acting incredulous, but you think 1.1 million people?
That's rich. Incredulous. You're literally making up numbers.
Yeah, no
what
shit. I'm not a fucking doctor or an epidemiologist, and neither are you, dickhead.
Why were people since the jibby jab? Why was there a massive increase of very healthy, otherwise healthy athletes across the world, not just in America, who reported to have gotten the jibby jab? Why is it there was a massive spike in heart problems for people who were between 18 and 25 years old? 80% increase.
Number one. That's number one cause of death is sudden cardiac
pericarditis
death
and myocarditis are correlates with both the vaccine and with the disease.
So you're saying they all? So you don't know which one caused it then?
I don't know. I don't know which ones, whether or not they got infected. But at the same time, it stands to reason. This is logical. If you get infected with a vaccine that is a milder version of a disease, it still stands to reason that you would have symptoms. This happens with like flu shots. With flu shots, you get symptoms of a flu sometimes because your body isn't ready for that.
Why is it that the reports for the people who were young between 18 and 25 who are actually healthy athletes, why is it that all of the reports of those people falling down with some sort of myocarditis or something else actually reported to have gotten the jibby jab? And the other people who didn't get the jibby jab don't have any reports of collapsing and getting myocarditis.
Because you're the B17 bomber meme. You're looking at the people who were fucking affected by it. Obviously,
that's at the same time. Like, the question.
Do you have a specific number? You were saying I was pulling a number out of my ass with the 50,000. Do you have a specific number for how many sports athletes were affected by myocarditis and pericarditis?
There was an increased report upward to 80% in the age range of healthy athletes, not just healthy people, healthy athletes between 18 and 25.
Okay, but when you say an increase
that's
of 80%,
been the number one cause of death.
So, for instance, let's say, hold on,
let's
say that the normal rate.
Bass guitar. What did I just say? What does it mean when I say for current athletes between 18 and 25, there's an 80%? Let me ask you a question, dummy.
Okay, ask it.
When I say what's normal between 18 years and 25 years of healthy athletes, right? There's a normal, like some of them pass out from overeating. Some of them have heart attacks. It's minimal. What I'm saying is there is an increase, 80% increase.
Right. So
is that something worth looking into or not?
Well, first off, the number's pretty low. So
that's a low number for a spike of 80% increase of people dying between 18 fucking people. Dude, you guys should be put in prison just for your brains.
Shut the fuck up, man.
Fucking dumb animals.
Take a fucking chill pill and listen. The number one fucking cause of death since like the 70s for young student athletes has always been sudden cardiac arrest.
I know that. Not at 80% increase, you dipshit.
Over what period of time?
Over the course of 3 years of people getting the jibby jabs, you dumb shit.
I want to address this. Please, God, let me address
just socioeconomic
Bass
reasons.
guitar.
25
Please
minutes
let me address
to
this because I
fucking
think I
look
can
up a
actually
fucking study.
reach
You don't
this
know
I'm
level
gonna
coverage.
beat you down.
Okay.
Oh, really? Really?
I'm in Orlando.
Yeah.
Come find me. So, anyways, Jimbob. So let's say that
Fucking
you are
pussy.
correct that it's a 80% increase. Okay. And they're all jibby jab people. Okay. And let's also say that heart attacks are normal, but like they're very rare. Like 99.9% of people will not have pericarditis or myocarditis, particularly young athletes between 18 and 25. Okay. So if we had an 80% increase with people who got the jibby jab, who then passed out, had myocarditis, pericarditis, et cetera, then what we would need to do is we would also need to evaluate the people who just straight got COVID. And so that's where we would need those numbers.
That's
in order
right.
To figure out
that's right.
What the control was.
And I'm asking, and I'm telling you that you actually don't have access to that. Then the reason is because the testing for COVID using the PCR test invented by a guy who warned us about the abuses of this technology, it's demonstrated that you actually using the technology can't actually verifiably differentiate COVID from a normal flu or anything else inside of that category. So isn't that a little bit of a problem when you're trying to isolate the cause, would you say?
Yeah, I mean, I would, but at the same time, if we have a novel disease introduced into the population, and then we have things that co-found with flu or whatever,
So
but you
just to be
still
clear-
have, I think 1.1 million people is 0.0, it's like 0.3% of the population. It stands to reason that if an average lethal flu year is between 50,000 and 100,000 people dead, an additional million people would be the new disease.
Okay, cool.
Logically speaking.
Why is it that they reported that the flu disappeared? Why is that?
Well, they could have been inflating the numbers, but even if they were inflating the numbers, a normal lethal flu year is 50,000 to 100,000 people. It's not a million.
They said the flu disappeared.
Jimbob is talking about 80 people.
Okay, let's
He's talking about
just.
80
I'm
people.
not even saying that your schizo shit is correct. Okay, but what I'm saying is a bad flu year. I think one of the worst flu years within the past 20 or 30 years was 130,000 people. So let's just say hypothetically there were 130,000 flu deaths between 2021 and 2022. 1.1 million people still got wiped out. You're not accounting for an additional million people.
No, we are. I already just told you. If you limit the service to a bunch of people, you're going to have a massive spike in death.
I don't think that accounts for a million people.
How many immunocompromised people are there in society?
Yeah, sorry not to interject too much, but I'm gonna head out. I just want to pop up and ask that question, and I got my answer, which was a non-answer. But good job, Jimbob, and Christian nationalism. Now, let's get it going. Come on, put her on the ballot. Peace,
Counterpoint.
guys.
Thanks for coming up, Mo.
Later.
Those million extra deaths that you keep talking about, other than your faith in the government, which again historically has a history of lying, other than your faith in your government, why are you so convinced and confident that those million deaths actually occurred?
I mean, how are you convinced that gravity operates? What the fuck? Like,
so you don't have an answer other than because Uncle Sam told me, but that's the only answer you have.
Yeah, generally speaking, I have a lot of experience with Uncle Sam. So
What
yeah.
do you think the population?
Yeah, I heard about how you were in the military.
I'll tell you
look,
that.
Look, man, I know you're in the military. That doesn't mean that your arguments are logical. Okay,
Dang,
so
what do you
okay,
think?
You're literally arguing against distrusting things you read.
No,
Like,
I'm arguing against just swallowing what the government hands you without critically thinking it through.
Dane, what do you think the population of the
So
United States is?
So that's what I'm asking you. I'm asking you, other than because the government said it's true, why do you believe it's true?
Because there are shitloads of medical personnel who have reported seeing people asphyxiate to death that entire 2-year period.
So
they
here's the
endlessly
thing.
documented the fact that there were plenty of people who were infected with COVID who had to go on ventilators.
I would
Not
just-
only that, they effectively said that, no offense to you guys, but you're kind of pissing me off. that
I don't
dumb
care. I'm
fucks
here
like
to piss you
you
off, man, because I'm here to challenge
all
your
right,
worldview.
then I won't be polite.
Cognitive dissonance always causes people to get pissed off.
So basically, there were a bunch of nurses who reported that there were dumb fucks like you who got infected with COVID, and then you actually had the really, really bad version of it that was going to kill people. And
I thought the vaccine was going to save them.
Arguing with the nurses. No, I don't need to put my affairs in order. No, I'm not.
That's weird. I thought the Jimmy jab stopped the bad people from killing you.
So your reasoning for believing, in the million deaths is because people told you that, and they typically told you that through the television.
That are published by the government.
Yeah.
So you said the vaccine was inconsequential.
People who told me that.
Are you familiar with the Tuskegee experiment?
That's right.
So now you're analogizing 40 black dudes getting infected with syphilis 80 years ago to COVID-19.
Principle.
Big counter. Let me ask a question.
How many people died of natural causes that were marked as COVID deaths?
That's right. The counterpoint that you're trying to avoid is that the government historically lies, cheats, and steals and exploits the citizens for its own benefit. But you put your faith in the government to tell you, oh, there's 1 million people dying. How many people did you know that died?
I knew one guy that was severely hospitalized.
Oh, so none of them died. Right? None of them died. So you can't look around your world around you and say, I don't see very many people of my friends and family who are dying, but the government tells you through your television, oh, the bodies are piling up in the streets. And so then you say, you better not go try to surf. We're going to throw you in jail.
You guys,
am I understanding your critical thinking correctly?
Listening to the government and the media and statistics and medical personnel, I should walk outside and look around.
Those same medical personnel that were doing TikTok dances in that empty hospital hallways.
Educated, reasonable, masculine man would use a combination of all of those things, but not just check his brain at the door and let the government tell him what to think and how to behave.
Somebody's got like a background sound going at
hello,
the moment. I don't know who it is, but
Mr. Dane, I'm not even convinced we're the same species. So I'm not sure if I'm going to go to you for advice.
Yeah, well, your womanly insults do not make an argument, brother. It doesn't make an argument.
I mean, yeah, it's because your argumentation is
counterpoints. I just want to press on this a little bit. If the government sends out a narrative about the world and what's happening, is it reasonable from your perspective to use your own experience to just like compare it to what they're saying, at least to start?
Of course. Like I'm a naturally inquisitive and curious fella.
Okay, but what I went through though is that I saw a bunch of craziness, and they were giving us footage from China where people were falling down, and I was like, damn, this looks serious. And then over the course of like 3 months, I kept looking outside, and I kept looking for anything in my direct reality that corresponded to the TV reality. And lo and behold, it took 3 years, and guess what? I never saw it. Now that's anecdotal.
Where are you?
Hey, Dane, I got a question for
in
Dane.
Colorado.
Rural Colorado or like Denver?
No, around where it's populated. And so I never saw in my direct experience, and I never knew anyone in my direct experience where anything that occurred was more serious than the common flu or cold. Not once.
Okay. Do you have any medical personnel around you that maybe you could talk to?
Why? About what? I talked to some of the nurses were told that they were to be basically invited to mark down anything that they didn't know was the cause of death, to just mark it as COVID. They were told that.
Hey, well, I got a quick question. Hang on.
Would that hold on a second? Would that increase the toll if the nurses and the personnel at the hospitals were instructed to mark down unknown causes of death just for the sake of just what they think it is, mark it down,
and got paid money
and get paid? Yeah.
Depends on the sentence.
I don't want to defend
like a motorcycle accident.
Any
motorcycle accident, yeah.
It could be possible.
In a motorcycle accident, he was marked as a COVID death. No, that's not possible, bro.
No. It could be possible. It could be possible that getting COVID may make you more likely.
So if somebody drops an anvil on your head, you're going to call that cardiac arrest?
Wow, bass guitar. Did you just say
bro.
It's worth putting down as a marked COVID, even though you don't know, because you can fantasize about someone
as
being
a secondary
sick from.
cause? Absolutely.
How do you determine it?
Probably an autopsy.
If somebody gets hit by a bus, or okay, let's say somebody gets into a motorcycle accident, right?
You guys deserve prison.
No. Hey, let me ask you. If somebody gets caught, if somebody's riding a motorcycle and they get a bad coughing fit, is that going to make them more or less likely to get?
Yeah, how do you prove that
How'd
happened?
you prove it?
Dipshit?
Well, according to reports, if somebody had COVID, they wouldn't be in no shape to ride a motorcycle to begin with.
Oh, look, motorcycle accident happens all the time. This must have been a cough.
Yeah.
Motorcycle happens every day. People die of motorcycles. This one must have been a bad cough.
Jimbob,
we should abolish all motorcycles then.
Do you think the number of motorcycles accidents varies wildly from like year to year?
I don't think so. No.
Okay. So let's say, hypothetical. We're not talking about reality. Is this a hypothetical?
I can tell.
We sure aren't. No.
You know what else was? You know what other death rates were?
No. Hey, wait. Let me ask my question. Hey,
natural deaths were down due to cardiac arrest and
other
natural degenerative diseases. All those were down, but COVID was through the roof.
Can I ask my question?
That's right.
Explain that.
Can I ask my question?
Yeah, you got to be more assertive, though. I don't know if your mommy. Go ahead.
Oh, your little mom.
We're not effeminate Christians up here.
Okay. Bro, the question is, how'd you prove it? How'd you prove they died from the COVID thing on the motorcycle?
Bass guitar. You got a weak speaker. You're a weak speaker.
The question is.
He's used to dealing with those polite Christians.
He's like usually asking his mom, like, mommy, get me milk. Just speak.
How would we possibly know if COVID caused an increase in motorcycle accidents? How would we
it's your claim, dipshit.
How would we possibly know that?
Well, according to counterpoints, the television news would tell us that, and we would just believe it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mom, but they lie.
The most retarded fucking thing.
You told me.
I'm basically I'm answering you. I'm answering you.
You couldn't motorcycle accidents.
I answered you.
I
answered you. Bass guitar.
You answered.
I just told you couldn't.
There's no way to know.
No, you couldn't take a motorcycle accident.
Possible way to know.
I'm trying to answer you, dude. Okay. You couldn't take a motorcycle accident where the guy died and determine whether it was a coughing fit that caused the accident. How could you possibly do that?
Okay, let's say. You said you don't think the year-to-year average varies.
So you're not going to answer my question.
No, I'm asking you you just fucking said that.
I asked
He asked you a question, you're dodging.
No. I'm establishing the premise.
No.
I'm establishing the premise.
I know where you're going, bud.
That from year to year you don't think it varies. Let's say 1 year it varies from 25,000 to 50,000. And there was something
motorcycle
that
accidents
happened on the exact same year. Do you think there's any reason to believe that doubling of the number was caused by something else?
Oh, no, accidents were down too because everybody was on lockdown. Not many people were out and about.
Yeah. That doesn't even make sense because less people are driving.
Review that data.
Okay. So let me try to give you back your hypothetical.
I'm asking if that's a methodology that you could use.
Let me try to give you.
You could use,
oh my gosh, you're insufferable. Let me try to give you back what you just said, just so we know. You're saying there's a regularity of motorcycle accidents that causes. There's a regularity of motorcycle accidents that happen yearly.
Yeah.
And you're saying during a time of lockdown, if there's a massive spike in motorcycle accidents, is it reasonable to say that it was COVID that caused the motorcycle accident?
No, it would be reasonable to look at the to examine the bodies. And if you observed a high correlation between the dead bodies and COVID infection, if you looked at the bodies and you said, hey, these have a high COVID infection, would it be reasonable to assume that the COVID infection was causing that increase?
No.
It's a stupid argument, dude.
That's so dumb because you could test a bunch of people. Dude, this is why. You would have to test a bunch of other people who also drive motorcycles who have COVID who didn't die.
So your assumption, your default assumption would be that the number of people.
Did you hear what I just said?
No. Wait, no.
You're not talking to me. You're like an animal. You're not listening to what I'm saying.
Default.
What did I just say?
That the number of people who rode motorcycles doubled? Because that's what you asked.
You didn't. Did you just hear what I said?
Yes.
What did I say?
You said well, you have to control for the number of people that are riding motorcycles.
No,
So
not just that.
Assumption B
No,
that the
I
number
didn't
of
say
people
that.
that ride motorcycles
Oh,
doubled.
you're so dumb.
No.
What you have to have access to is amount of people who ride motorcycles who also have COVID and don't have COVID and didn't die. You don't have access to that.
No, I don't think you need that.
You just make it
And
up.
you don't know what the fuck you're talking about then.
Yeah,
you don't think you need
let's
that.
write a hypothetical on this one too, because I do like motorcycles.
Do you know what probability is?
Yes, I understand.
How do you determine probability?
You're telling me.
How do you determine probability, dude?
That have
this is fucking guy, man.
Ride motorcycles stayed the same, and the only variable that changed was the number of people that had COVID.
You're saying
there's absolutely no way we could.
You need
make the
bass guitar.
COVID
Is the assumption probabilistic? Yes or no?
Yeah, of course it's probabilistic.
Okay, how do you determine probability? What do you need access to?
What you would look at, which, like I said in my example,
I didn't ask what you look at. I said what is required.
I'm a theologian, and I can answer this.
What is required bass guitar for what?
2 ends.
You need, I'll tell you, for
numerator and a denominator.
Oh, you're so dumb. You need favorable outcomes and unfavorable outcomes. When you're telling us your little hypothetical where motorcycle people die from coughing or whatever, you're only assuming the favorable.
Hypothetical.
You're not listening. You're only assuming the favorable.
Well, you're not listening to me, and I'm explaining you my hypothetical.
What? Can you give me an example of an unfavorable outcome in a probability sample?
What would it be? Something that is like a certain number from R squared?
Hey, can I just interject for 1 second? I don't mean no disrespect.
Go for it. Hello.
What do you put some in your hair? And I don't mean this disrespectfully. Your hair looks shiny, slick, and it's like it's right on your head.
No, my hair is like naturally greasy. When I was like 12 years old, somebody like my hairdresser asked if I smoked, and I was like 12, and I was like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" No, my hair is like naturally greasy.
Okay.
Why do you have a hairdresser? Good Lord.
I got a fucking haircut, genius. When I was 12 years old,
I go to a barber like a man.
You went to a barber at 12 years old? Oh my God.
Yes. I took off 4 of my sons to a barber too. Do you buy your underwear from Victoria's Secret too?
Basic part.
Wait, I'm gonna leave after this. Dane.
Yes.
Will you come on my show tomorrow?
Tomorrow? Oh,
Yeah.
I don't know you or about your show, but I'm interested in being interested.
I'm the leader of the Dane fan base. We just started a charter in Alaska. We're doing big things, and it'd mean a lot to us if you would show out.
He's legit, Dane. It's a fun time. I could vouch for him.
Well, I'm 300.
Yeah, you should go by.
I'm 325 pounds, so I'll need a big base.
They
base.
call themselves the
You got
Danonites.
one, brother. You got one today.
The Bananites.
Danonites.
The Danonites. The Danonites.
Yeah.
I'm serious though. Hit me up on Twitter or whatever, and come on my show tomorrow.
It's that same noise you have there, the hello listener.
Yeah, that's me.
Okay, yeah, I'll hit you up on Twitter.
All right. Hey,
I'm on Twitter under
very,
under the same name, Dane Snyder. I'm on Twitter as well.
All right, cool. All right, bye. ContraPoints.
See ya. He says bye to Contra. Well, what we were talking about bass guitar is science.
Yeah.
Can you tell me what the scientific method is?
Google it, quick. Google it.
There's nothing official that's like the scientific.
There's
method.
no official scientific method.
Generally, people think about is they make an observation, you make a hypothesis, you test the hypothesis, and you review the data. And you see if the data reviewed the hypothesis.
Well done. So when it comes to things like Karunka causing things, would you agree that in order to determine a theory about Karunka, you would need access to the thing that you're assuming is causing the problem? Is that fair?
What, like
you
a
need
sample
access
of COVID? What are you talking about?
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, that's right.
Are you counting like testing if somebody has a COVID infection?
No, that's begging the question. Okay. The thing, because the PCR test, are you aware of how the PCR test works?
Vaguely. I mean, there's several different tests for COVID.
Plenty of opinions, no actual knowledge.
It's just insane. It's like if you learned from the actual inventor of the PCR
well,
test.
I mean, I'm guessing that somebody that's analyzed post hoc, like after they die, like, and it's not doing a PCR test.
Well, it's an amplification process, which is to say you're looking at biological structure at certain amplification levels. And at a certain amplification level, whether it's 100 or 200 or 3, whatever it is, right? You increase the amp, eventually you'll see a structure that matches what you think is called a virus. You understand that?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
sense. The problem is, and this is, you can go back to the inventor of the PCR. He told us all, he warned us, he said, someone he had like a female first name. I forgot his name. He died 1 year before COVID. So what happened is he warned us, he said, watch out because people can abuse this. Why? Because what they can do is look deep inside tissue, deep inside blood, deep inside the body, and they could false verify something that actually isn't the case merely because biological structures look similar at different amplifications. It's very dangerous. Why is it dangerous? Because you can suddenly diagnose someone for some sort of viral issue when really you're just looking at a structure that looks just like something that's not exactly that thing. And he talked in length about this problem. And now this is the inventor of the machine. So I'm not just creating some whack job who's just talking.
I believe that's possible.
Yeah. So the problem with that view is that what you're doing is you're looking at the body and determining this thing exists inside the body where it could be a false positive. And all of the tests are false positives, perhaps, for flu or normal common cold, which they told us. But what you don't have is an isolated item called the Karunka scary thing. Isolated so you can put it into someone's body and then dictate the symptoms. Nope, they didn't do that. They only looked at symptoms of things during flu season. What's that? It's not unethical. What do you mean it's unethical?
You think it's unethical? You think it's ethical to like inject people with viruses?
Not without their consent.
Okay, so if you get consent from people,
I'll put anything in anybody without their consent.
Dude, what is a vaccine, bro? Are you a
vaccine
retard?
Is not a virus.
What is a vaccine is injecting yourself with the thing that you're trying to fight.
Sort of.
Oh, weakened version of it.
It's just
or like a deactivated version. I mean, it depends on like, are you talking about mRNA? Are you talking
deserve
about
the
attenuated
gulags.
Viruses? Are you talking about
Do you understand
How
language
many,
and what words
how
mean?
many
words have
vaccines
meanings,
for
man.
RNA viruses are there? Just curious. How many RNA virus vaccines are there?
I have no idea.
One.
RNA
COVID.
is a specific type of virus. So
Yeah, it's all. Do you know what else is an RNA virus? HIV. Do you know why? Do you know what that?
AIDS,
do you know?
bro?
No, I'm saying it's the same type of virus, dude.
So you think
virology?
the only way to test
So
like an HIV virus is to inject
You
people
guys aren't
with
listening.
HIV.
You're rolling over the dude. Just let him talk, dude.
It's like talking to monkeys. Listen, it's called virology. So you have two different types of viruses. You have DNA viruses and you have RNA viruses. DNA viruses are a little bigger. They have their own DNA, so they do not replicate when they go from host to host to host. For example, smallpox could burn through this whole panel and then not change once. An RNA virus relies on host DNA to replicate. Therefore, this panel could get burned through with an RNA virus and each of us would create a variant. Remember COVID variants? Okay, now let's go down a path to the 90s. Do you know why they told us they couldn't vaccinate for HIV? Because it's an RNA virus that changes with every host it infects, because that's the nature of RNA viruses. So why is there only one on the market? And they told us for decades before that it's impossible to vaccinate for. I have a long memory, gentlemen.
Wouldn't you just say, like, I don't know, medical technology advancements over 30 years?
Yeah.
And where's our HIV vaccine? It's 5 years.
No, I'm pretty sure HIV vaccines came out like 10 years ago.
No.
At least 10, 15.
No, there's drugs that treat the
Antivirals
symptoms
came
to
out.
extend life, but there's not a vaccine for it. Imagine the
HIV
market for that.
vaccine.
I'm a theologian, and I know more about virology than damn. Dude.
Hey, I gotta wrap this up for me. I really appreciate first of all Counterpoints. It was a really fun debate. I really appreciate you coming out. Bass guitar, thanks for that. No hard feelings. Once I get 3 years in, I get really mean. I apologize. Nice to meet you,
Jimbob.
Dane. Yeah, but yeah, Dane.
The donuts, man. The only reason I
here.
clicked on the link was you said there were donuts, man. Look at me.
Did I?
Look at me. Look
Damn
at me,
it.
man.
Damn it.
Voodoo Ranger, good beer.
Anyway, thanks for everyone jumping on. Again, great moderation, Speakeasy. Thanks for having me. And I'll finish my last beer without you all. And I'll reach out counterpoints if you want to do an Evo debate. Maybe Speakeasy could host that as well. Let me know.
Yeah, I'd be more than happy to.
Yeah, absolutely. And what I would say is I like it when I disagree with somebody and they're spicy, but they're not a total fucking moron. That's I appreciate
it's
that.
refreshing. Yeah, thank you. All right, well, God bless you all, and Dane, definitely go on Hello Listeners. You'll have a jolly old time. So.
Oh yeah,
God bless you.
All right,
and
all right, you guys.
Easy,
Thank you.
I was
God
going to
bless
say,
you
I think I told you I was
Thank you
gonna
for
be
coming.
See ya.
See you, bud. I think I told you that I was going to hang out until 12:30, and I started doing some 3D design, and I hung out until 1:30. So I think it's my bedtime. But it was fun hanging out with y'all. I hope you have a beautiful night. I'm looking forward to the next one, and you guys have a great one as well.
Yes, sir. Thank you for coming.
Don't tell me what kind to have, man. It's a free world out here.
All right.
Parasocially
Hi,
love you,
Dane.
dude.
See you next time, you fucking smart ass.
Your mama. I gotta go
And
too.
everyone in the
Speakeasy.
chat, make sure you remember you can find both the debaters in the description. So go sub up to both of them. They came out and gave you a wicked show tonight. All right, so make sure you go sub up to both of them.
It's past my bedtime too, man. I'm old and tired and wore
That's
out,
fair.
man. So we'll see
That's
you
fair.
around.
We were
man.
gonna go for another hour or so, maybe anyway. So
Oh,
if
hell,
everyone's
man.
winding down, that makes sense.
I can't do that, man. I'm too old for that, man. But thanks for bringing me up, man, and I'll see you next time.
All right. Thank you for
Yeah,
coming
bro.
up. I appreciate you coming up.
Take care, man.
Yeah, it was a crazy debate tonight.
That was a good one.
I expected it to be a good one, though. I did, especially the two debaters we had.
It was good. I enjoyed it.
Yeah. Do you Base? Do you usually debate or anything, or are you usually a viewer?
I like it. I enjoy it. I've debated Andrew Wilson, Rob Noor.
Okay.
A couple different people.
Okay, nice.
The
Yeah, I'm
Kyle
gonna put
Pitts
the link for
I
the
don't know.
Discord in the back. You should join the Discord. I'd be happy to
Hell
set
yeah.
you up with some debates.
Hell yeah, I'm always down. My number one thing, Electoral College. I will argue with anyone about the Electoral College.
Okay.
If anyone wants to argue about that, I am. And just so you know, I'm in favor of eliminating it. So anyone who wants to argue and keeping it, I
had somebody who brought this up to me the other day. I think they would be on the opposite side.
Oh, perfect. I'm 1000%. That's like my number one.
All right,
Super nerdy, but
get into the Discord and I'll send you a message. We'll get something set up.
Hell yeah.
Oh yes, I can, Jimbob. No problem. I'll shut down both your sides there. Yeah, no problem. Everybody on Jimbob's side and Counterpoint side, we're going to be going for another hour if you want to come over. If not, thank you all for watching tonight. I appreciate you all, and I hope you guys enjoyed the show. I'm going to get that one.